Hey guys, welcome to update 1.3. Yeah, sorry a bit late guys, I just had to patch the game and stuff. Yeah, I just woke up a little while ago, so just was just getting ready. The Aussies, like Americans, always late. I'm not always late, but yeah, I'm often late, let's say. Yeah, so yeah, sorry, about half an hour late today. Sorry for the delay. Hey Liz, hey Alexander, hey Dave. Alyssus, Blackwall, Post-Tumor, Andrew Tobias. Hey, Andrew Tobias. I saw the ranged buff, or saw the range changes, but I didn't really understand what it meant. But I just had a quick look at your screenshot now. I think I get it, but we'll come back, we'll circle back to that later. Excuse me. Hey, Nolan. Hey, Richard. But yeah, definitely want to have a look into that range stuff. Hey, Clock Monkey. So hey guys, Warhammer 3 update 1.3 dropped today. So today I want to just go through all of the, no, I don't want to go through all of the patch notes. The patch notes are extensive. There's pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of stuff. Now a lot of this stuff is, I mean, I'm sure it's all important stuff, but a lot of it's not going to make a huge difference to our game and stuff. So I'm going to try to kind of skim through a little bit and just focus in on the important stuff. I didn't get any early access to these patch notes or anything, so I'm only reading them for the first time now. Well, I had a quick glance through just before while I was waiting for the update, but yeah, I haven't had any like chance to review these in advance or anything. So, but yeah, I'll sort of go along and try to skim. No new starting positions for today, anyone? No, I didn't see any new news about start positions. Just, I think the 1.3 update is a big enough news for today. They'll probably wait till tomorrow or something to put out more patch notes information. But yeah, so 1.3 is out. I've just updated my game. So after we finish going through these patch notes, I'm going to start a new Warhammer 3 campaign so we can try out some of the new changes. There were Norska start positions. Oh, okay. Sorry. If you want to post the link up, I'll check that out in a second. So yeah, so these are the patch notes. I've pinned a link to the patch notes in the comments if you guys want to read them if you haven't already. So yeah, so we got a prologue or like a preview about what was going to be in 1.3 a few days ago. So we've already kind of seen a lot of this stuff, but there's heaps more detail in these patch notes, and some of the stuff was stuff I don't remember being in the preview. So yeah, I think it's worth going through again, definitely. And also, I'm interested to hear from you guys, you guys that have already had a chance to try it out or look through these patch notes in more detail. If you can sort of direct me towards the stuff that I need to know to sort of know what's new about it. Hey Milton, hey Brazil. Yeah, so Norska start positions. Throg is in the same area, and Wolfric was moved 2 provinces to the top left of Norska. Okay, so just a little bit further away from Wolfric, a bit closer to the Dark Elves. Okay, that's fine then. If we get some vision on that later on, I can show it. So I think this is pretty much the same as what we got in the preview, but so second lot of regiments of renown. That's just like one extra regiment of renown unit for each of the races. I think that might be one of the things that I'll skip over. But if anyone's noted anything particularly exciting about any of the regiments of renown, I can zoom in on that. But Land Battles now have joined our matchmaking queue, so that's for like multiplayer. Miao Ying can now properly use her Eye of the Storm ability in combat. Additional trait rework and skill tree updates for the legendary lords. It actually goes through some of these later on in the detailed patch notes, like what the actual changes are. So we can have a look at that. Several adjustments made to the Realm of Chaos to be less punishing or tedious. Much needed adjustments to how AI as each faction utilizes the changing of the ways. Basically, all of the minor each factions just don't do anything now. They just don't use the changing of the ways, and the playable Zeech factions now have a cooldown of like that's 70% longer. So basically, it's only the actual main Zeech faction that's going to be doing changes of the ways to you, and much slower. So you should get like be heaps less affected by enemy changing of the ways, which is good because it was you know, really, really bad before. Like basically you would just change the whole way you played the game to avoid getting being victimized by the changing of the ways, you know. Well, I would anyway. Improvements made on the Cathay formation attack ability. Yeah, so there was some changes to the Cathay formation attack ability, but they also say at the end that there was supposed to be included in that a +9 melee defense buff that activates when you go to formation attack, I think. But that didn't make it in. So apparently I guess there's been some improvements, but not all the improvements. So I don't know if Cathay information attack is actually any good now, or if it's still just, you know, no good. Fixes to Kurgan Warband spawn rates during the Grand Cathay campaign. Okay, that's interesting because I didn't really play much around that area around northern Grand Cathay. I don't really play Zeech so much either, but I was hearing people saying it wasn't so much Grand Cathay, it was more like if you're playing another faction, not Grand Cathay, and Grand Cathay gets wiped out, then the Kurgan Warband just goes ballistic and keeps like infinitely spawning and stuff. Something like that. So yeah, so I'd be interested to know if any of you guys understand this change better, or if you've experimented with this already, and if you know how that actually affects the game. Numerous improvements to unit responsiveness to orders and movement commands in battle. This is what I'm anxious to try out. Like I've been playing a lot of Warhammer 2 lately, and I've been really enjoying the way that the units are really responsive and they respond the way that I'm used to, because I've played Warhammer 2 for so long, you know, and Warhammer 3 just doesn't feel as good when you're controlling your units in battle. So, you know, I believe that they're intending to just keep on continuously working on this every patch. So there's more unit responsiveness, faster, better, cleaner, you know. So I'll be interested to see if there's any noticeable change in this patch. AI improvements to their battle strategy, as well as fixes to prevent them from abusing skills and abilities. Yeah, so there was issues with the AI being able to use army abilities over and over again, like more than a player would be able to. Yeah, I'd be interested to know what the improvements they made to battle strategy. I made a video about how ammo wasting is different in Warhammer 3. Like they made it so you can't really waste ammo because the AI won't target small or medium sized units like normal like infantry sized or cavalry individual mounted on a horse sized units, you know, with range. But you can still waste ammo with like very large entities like Nakari and Scarbrand and, you know, extra large monsters and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd be interested if it's anything like to do with that or what. Yeah, I'd be interested to know if anyone knows what the improvements to the battle strategy are. Maybe it'll say later on in the patch notes. I didn't notice any more information about that, but I'll try and keep an eye out. And more. Okay, so now I got a full list of stuff below. Blake said, yeah, the Kurgan spawn all their best armies every turn in the past. Not sure with the new patch now. Okay, well, yeah, that's something to have to figure out still. So this is like how to download the patch. Basically just, you know, restart your game or try and start your game and it should automatically patch in Steam. That's what I did. Release Spotlight, Regiments of Renown. Yeah, as I said, I'm not going to go into these details too much about these Regiments of Renown because I just want to sort of save a bit of time. But yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 new units, same as last time. You get one extra Regiment of Renown unit for each of the main factions in Total War Warhammer 3. So that's cool. If you're playing as, you know, we probably play as Ogres, so we're going to try out this new unit. Righteous Lancers of Wei Jim, so Elite Grey Longbow Riders, Guardian Ability, Immune Psychology, Armor Piercing, Blood Crushers of Khorne. Blood Crushers are one of my favorite units, that's cool. Confers weakness to fire in all enemy units within area of effect, okay, and I assume they do fire damage. Oath Brothers of Tor, or Warbear Riders. Bombards enemies surrounding the units with lightning strikes, applying blinded effect to affected enemies, limited use. Modifiers damage magic attacks. Okay, so that's interesting. Blinds their enemies, might make them a little bit more tanky because they don't get. I think blindness is a melee defense reduction. Most about how long did it take for your patch to update? It probably took my patch about 10 minutes, maybe, to update. But what I did was I uninstalled a bunch of other stuff so that there'd be plenty of room for the updater to like download whatever it needed and stuff like that. When I first started downloading, it was downloading very slow because maybe I only had like a few gigs spare for it to like ferry information back and forth. So I don't know if that made any difference, but I freed up like an extra like 100 gigs, and then it seemed to just steadily, you know, after I deleted a bunch of stuff, so there was like 100 gig space, and then I stopped the download and restarted it, and then it was like went much faster after that. So I don't know if that's a thing, but yeah, if your updates are going really slow, maybe you could try that. Just make a heap of extra space, so that your drive or the game's got room to do its thing. It might speed it up. I don't know. It seemed to for me. Poxrider Nurgle, Miasma of Rot restores vigor to nearby allied units. Okay, interesting. Wasting Sickness reduces the potency of enemy weapons and mass of units caught in the area of effect. This is only active when the units in melee. Increased armor. Ogre Kingdoms, Sky Striders, Crushers with great weapons. So these are mounted on big monstrous cavalry. Frostbite, so they can slow down the enemies that they're attacking. Extra weapon damage, missile resistance. Seekers of Slanesh. Empowers. Okay, so bonus to melee attack and weapon strength for friendly heroes and lords. Perfect vigor, so they'll be able to cycle charge. Good. Night Simulation Doom Knights. So these are the guys that fly around on the Silver Surfer surfboards. Bombards enemies directly below with fire damage. Also confers Warp Flame contact effect. Charisma uses the normal, but the ability only recharges on once unit is in melee combat. Magic okay. Land battles join ranked matchmaking. Okay, so this is for multiplayer. So initially they just had the new Domination multiplayer match mode, which is pretty cool. It's got like control points, and you get resources for holding them, and you have like reinforcements coming in a certain system and stuff. So land battles, I believe, is just the same as the old one with 2 battles, where you just line up your army and fight their army kind of thing. Classic kind of death match type of thing. So yeah, so now there's that's included in matchmaking. That's pretty cool. I have a little drink of my coffee here. Lower changes to the systems and support and enhance the gameplay of Warhammer 3. Now there's a lot of information in this stuff, but I don't know how much of it is actually going to affect like people's gameplay. Like what I'm looking for in these patch notes is a change that is going to be noticeable to your game or my game, and that is going to cause me to change the strategy that I'm going to employ based on that. So they're like, if it's like, oh, artillery didn't work before and now it does, then I'll be like, okay, cool, now I'll recruit some artillery now because I didn't used to recruit artillery because it didn't work or whatever. No, that's not an actual thing, but like, as an example, that's what I'm looking for, like changes that are going to change the way I play, or that are going to fix a problem that I was encountering, or or whatever. So Spartan 6, thanks to their UI performance patch mod, a stuttering issue was brought to their attention and they were able to fix it. So yeah, if you're interested in that, you can read about that. But yep, good work Spartan 6. There's like little things that make the game just better, a better experience for everybody. Graphics issue with Blue Horrors, UI, fix some bugs with the UI. There is more meaty, interesting stuff in here. I'm just trying to figure out what we can skim over to save a bit of time. Several changes made to the character details panel. I guess we'll just notice this when we get into the game. But list of characters at the top of the character details panel now uses the same sorting as Lord and Heroes drop down. Lords are displayed first alongside their embedded heroes, and the rest of the heroes are included at the end of the list. Lords are now displayed with a different frame to differentiate them from heroes. Embedded heroes are now displayed with smaller icons and lines drawn to the Lord they serve. So that's just a bit of a quality of life thing. We'll probably notice it once we get into the game. Gameplay. Okay. Okay, I think this is what Andrew Tobias was talking about. Maybe you can confirm for me if this is what you're talking about, Andrew Tobias. To prevent instances where ranged units hold their fire because a friendly unit is in their line of fire, overlapping units are now considered by the game as part of the same unit. This should ensure that ranged units can more consistently carry out fire orders. So yeah, so what this means is like if you if you had a bunch of archers, normally you drag them out and they sort of like just set up separately with space, a little bit of space in between, so they don't get in each other's way. But sometimes when you move around the battlefield, they start to like get mashed up together, and then they start getting in each other's way, and they won't shoot and stuff. And I'm guessing that was like extra affecting Warhammer 3 or something. So that basically sounds like they've disabled that. So now you can just stack all of your archer units on top of each other, and the game will just be like, oh yeah, they're all fine, they're not in each other's way, and then they'll all be able to shoot fully. So that's yeah, that's a really interesting change. I'm actually kind of eager to try that out and see what effect that has. But yeah, like I guess one thing that that it would be interesting with that is that, if you're trying to do, Andrew Device has actually put up some interesting little scenarios here on the Discord. If anyone's on our Discord, there's a link in the description down below to, if you want to join the Discord. It's free to anyone to join. So they're in more friendly fire. No, it's like, normally if you have two archer units next to each other, they'll both fire normally, right? But then if the archer units overlap like this, you get like a little like symbols showing that their fire is getting blocked by something, and they either won't shoot at all or they'll shoot less often, Apparently now they'll just fire fully. So what you could do is, just say they hadn't had a small amount of infantry to guard your ranged units, you could just stack all your ranged units on top of each other, and then you just only need a couple of infantry units to protect them, and also, you'll be able to, like, with units that spread out a lot, like Imperial, not like regular archers, they're in a scattered formation, so you can't get, and they've got short range, so you can't get as many of them to shoot a single point as you can with longer range, like Elven archers or something that have 180 range, But with this change, you can just stack all your archers on top of each other, like 20 units of them. So then so it's sort of like it's almost like multi-boxing in WoW, Yeah, you have like 10 mages all standing on top of each other, and they all just cast like cast their spells at the same time, so they can like do like 10 times as much damage. So you can like multi-box your archers now, apparently. So I'll be interested to try that out. We'll circle back to that in game. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. Actually, I can probably. I don't know if Discord really shows up properly. If can try and quickly. Sorry, I'll just we'll circle back to that one. We'll have a look at it in game anyway. Small or multiple entity artillery and chariots will no longer have collision when killed. So basically, if you have like some artillery, like some mortars or whatever, or some war sleds or whatever, when the unit gets killed, it would leave these impassable, indestructible, broken chariots on the battlefield, and that's kind of cool because you can use it as cover and stuff, and it makes a little interesting battlefield impediment, but it was causing other entities to get stuck on it, like your cavalry and stuff to get stuck on them. So they've made it so that they no longer have collision when they die, so you can just run straight through them like normal corpses of cavalry and stuff like that. Siege, Nurgle, and Slanesh technologies, which previously provided lore passive abilities to Greater Demon units, now instead provide additional uses of the bound spells granted by other technologies. Okay, so I think somebody was, I think it was Andrew Tobias or someone that was like looking at this stuff. There's technologies that were supposed to give the lore passives, like the Nurgle one that gives you healing every time you cast a spell or whatever. And I think it was bugged and they weren't getting those passives. So it looks like they've not fixed the bug. They've just changed it. So instead of getting the passive, you now just get extra units of the extra uses of the bound spells. So that's interesting. I feel like if they actually had the passives, that would have been more cheesable. But I mean, extra units is, yeah. See, I'm not sure what effect that would have, but it's interesting change anyway. So if you have Greater Demons of Nurgle, they'll be able to they've got a couple of spells they can cast, they'll just be able to cast them more often now, but they won't get the passives that they were supposed to get. Armies fleeing from Bastion gates are now prevented from making attacks of opportunity. This also prevents a progression and blocking bug that could occur during battles. I feel like I have encountered something like this, or I've had it explained to me before, but I can't really visualize what that is. But, oh well, sounds like good stuff. Hopefully that fixes something that's important. Autonomous riders and other entities are now properly reset after resurrection. This allows burning chariots to continue shooting where they were previously prevented from doing so. Okay, so yeah, okay. So when you've got healing that brings entities back to life, I guess there was some sort of bug making their AI not function properly. But now it's fixed. Fixed a bug where matched combat was not triggering for infantry units. I was wondering how prevalent that was. Like, were we just never getting any matched combat for infantry units before, and now we're going to see heaps of matched combat, or what? You know. So yeah, I'm interested to see if that changes anything, and if that affects if that affects unit responsiveness and stuff, or you know, what effect that has on unit responsiveness in general. And like the way that the combat unfolds, if we're going to see combat being completely weird and different now, or it's just going to be more of a visual thing and that's about it. I'm not sure what's going on there. Fix the bug which would prevent certain items from expanding the Winds of Magic reserve. Okay, I wasn't aware of any of such bug. Be interested to know if it'd be good if they said which items it was. Fix the bug which caused some entities in flying cavalry units such as Great Longmire to remain airborne after the unit previously charged an enemy ground unit. Yeah, they said they were going to do fixes for flying units charging. Maybe that was in the last patch as well. So apparently there was still a bug where some flying entities wouldn't charge onto the ground. They'd still be in the air or something. So that sounds good. Some people had recommended to me to just always land if you have like flying cavalry, just always land your cavalry before you charge and then charge on the ground if you want to get your good charge bonus, because they recently fixed the charge bonus for a lot of units to make it a lot more impactful. So I'll be interested if that changes things, so it's actually cool to charge from the air onto land units now, or if it's still better to actually just land and then charge on the ground. Fix the bug where flying units would wander aimlessly after abandoning melee combat. Fix the bug where units would refuse to enter settlements until issued multiple attack orders. I've noticed some issues with going through settlements. I'm not sure if I noticed that particular one. Probably it's hard to like visualize, you know, which ones these are in the actual game. But in order to attack groups of units which include range units, will now move to a valid position where the range units can fire on the enemies rather than to a position in the same zone but too far away from the target. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm reading this right, but I think this might be the one where you like click your unit to do something and then they just march somewhere else completely. Excuse me. So yeah, I think that's what that is. So I think there was some weird behavior where you'd try and move your unit somewhere and it would just move to the opposite corner of the map or something. That might be what this is talking about, or maybe this is something else more subtle that I wasn't aware of. Attrition from plagues can be very frustrating to deal with in the game, so we made some adjustments to make it less burdensome. No-Go reduced base duration of ague from 3 to 2. Replaced attrition effect of the flux with an increase in the casualties from attrition. Replace the attrition effect of the flux with an increase in the casualties from attrition. So it just does more damage? That's a weird that's really weird. Why didn't they just say increase the casualties done by the flux? Am I like not understanding that? Like why is the wording of that so weird? Replace the attrition effect of the flux with an increase in the casualties from attrition. Like, are they just saying they increased the casualties caused by flux attrition? Or is it doing something weird? I don't know what the fuck that means. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure why it's written so weird. Maybe it means something different to what I think it means. I'm not too sure. Dinner Prince, remove the attrition effect from Bow Steep and increase the noble corruption it provides. Replace the attrition effect from the Red Ague with an increase in casualties from attrition. Yeah, we're saying this is that same wording again. What the fuck does that mean? Replace the attrition effect from the Red Ague with an increase in casualty. It says replaced attrition effect. So that infers that they removed the attrition effect and then they replaced it with an increase in casualties from attrition. I don't really understand what the difference is between an attrition effect and an increase in casualty attrition. Let it go, yeah. Thanks, Clock Monkey. Oh, anyway, well, they did something. It sounds like it's... Yeah, I know. It sounds like they're saying they increased the damage that the plagues cause from attrition. But yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there. But anyway, just in general about plagues, I never really had any problems with Nurgle plagues in my games. Maybe I just, you know, was lucky or I haven't fought against Nurgle enough or something. But I never really noticed the Nurgle plagues were that bad. Main output says if you're getting attrition, then you're getting more attrition. Okay, so it removed the actual attrition that being caused by the plague and changed it to it just increases casualties from other sources, like attrition from other sources. Maybe that's weird. I don't know how you would actually make that work for you. But anyway, all I was going to say was, you know, previously I hadn't really noticed that Nurgle plagues were that bad. But what I had noticed was when I'm playing as Nurgle, trying to kill enemies with my deadly plagues, they were not very powerful at killing the AI on legendariness, you know? They were maybe okay, but it's a bit unpredictable. Like, I don't know. If anything, I would have thought they needed to make the plagues more deadly, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I haven't looked into that enough, but anyway. We noticed that Tzeentch AI factions' use of changing the ways can be quite... Oh yes, this is the big one that I was talking about earlier. We noticed that Tzeentch's AI factions' use of changing the ways can be quite irritating, as such 2 changes are being made. Minor Tzeentch factions, so the non-playable Tzeentch factions, can no longer use changing of the ways in the Realm of Chaos campaign. I hope that means, you know, they can't use it in Mortal Empires either. If it's like they can't use that in Realm of Chaos, but in Mortal Empires we're going to let them go ham on you again. That would suck. So yeah, I'm a bit disturbed that they said only in the Realm of Chaos campaign. It would have been nice if they'd removed that in Mortal Empires as well. But yeah, increase the cooldown applied to AI factions using the ability by 70%. So when you play as Tzeentch, you'll have normal cooldowns. But when the AI is playing Tzeentch, they'll have 70% increased cooldown, so they won't be able to cast on it anywhere near as much. And it'll only be that one main Tzeentch faction, or maybe 2 or 3 later on when we get some more lords, that'll be able to use changing of the ways, and none of the minor ones will be able to use it at all. So that's it should be, you know, much less affected by changing of the ways if you're not playing Tzeentch, which is cool. Improved how the AI scouts forests to generate more information. Improved how AI utilizes summoned units in battle. Fixed several issues which allow the AI to see abilities when it shouldn't, including after the conclusion of battles. An issue where the AI armies would focus almost exclusively on backline units has been addressed to encourage more meaningful tactics in the battlefield. This should also address an issue during siege battles, which would compel the AI to scale walls and then march through defending units to enter the city. AI-controlled units will no longer try to push through frontline units just to attack a backline unit. Yeah, I'd kind of noticed this a little bit. It shows how little I pay attention to what's going on in the game sometimes. I don't even notice a lot of these issues. But yeah, I definitely have noticed it a little bit. Yeah, so if that makes the AI a bit smarter and react in a bit more of a realistic, expected way, then that's really good. Sounds like a big nerf to the Nurgle plagues. Yeah, I'm sort of feeling like that sounds like it is a nerf, but I mean, it sort of said it was intended to be a nerf, so yeah, I'll have to see how it plays out. But yeah, hope this is enough for a beer stored. Hey, Click Monkey, thanks, man. Thanks for the £5, much appreciated. And it looks like a picture of a birthday cake there. Wow. Oh, the birthday cake's your picture, your new avatar. Cool. I never noticed that was your avatar before. Anyway, thanks, man. Very generous. Much appreciated. Direct damage spells now deal non-physical, meaning that... Okay, so... Yeah, so this is interesting. I didn't even know this was an issue, but yeah, I'm good that they're addressing it. Direct damage spells now deal magical damage, meaning that physical resistance will no longer serve as a layer defense as it did previously. So that was interesting. So in Warhammer 3, direct damage spells were counted as physical damage before. So physical resistance was actually blocking it, and magic resistance was not affecting it. So now that should, you know, work better. Exploit fixes. Okay, Legend might be worried. Mana reserve effects, such as those provided by the Jade Amulet, are now correctly applied, preventing an issue which could result in infinite magic reserves. Now, they said that they fixed the infinite magic reserve in previous patches as well, and it didn't get fixed at all. So for anyone who doesn't know, there's an issue where wherever you have an ability that increases your magic reserve, your Winds of Magic reserves, when you like for 10 seconds after you're casting a spell or whatever, there's sort of like a rounding error issue where it'll just continuously give you more winds of magic. So if you cast a spell that only costs you like 3 winds of magic, but then for 10 seconds you get like reserve, then you can basically get back like 6 or 8 winds of magic, you know, if you have fast enough regen. So yeah, and with Jade Amulet was one way of doing it. There's also the Ogres have a special ability they can do in melee that they will probably try out today, that does it. There's also with Death Magic, the Life Siphon, whatever it is, the passive, the Death Magic passive, that does it. So yeah, so they've put in a fix to try and stop you from being able to get infinite magic reserves. Yeah, that's going to be a bummer for a lot of people. I know Legend will be really disappointed by that if that actually works. But I mean, I don't know. They intended to remove that from the start, so I don't know. I'll be interested to see how this works, but I'll hope that they haven't gone so far out of the way to stop the infinite magic that they end up like stopping the actual magic regeneration that they originally intended from happening to happen, you know. Like, I believe you are supposed to be able to get extra reserves, and you are supposed to be able to cast more magic than the base amount by using combinations of different units and abilities and stuff like that, you know. So they obviously want you to stop you from being able to getting like infinite magic reserves, but they still want you to be able to have a useful, usable, attractive to use item and ability there that people will still actually want to use. And you know what I mean? Like, so I'm hoping that if this is successfully gonna, you know, stop that infinite magic reserves if that's what they want to do, but it's not going to then also just make everything to do with magic reserve a waste of time, because currently a lot of the magic reserve stuff is a bit of a waste of time. So yeah. Okay, factions and balance. Now there's a lot of stuff in here, so I want to try to skip through a bit of this. So if anyone has already gone through this and noticed anything that's particularly important, it'd be really good to yell out and I can zoom in on it. Yeah, so these are the defeat. First of all, the legendary lord defeat traits that they've updated for all of the base lords. I think they've also, yeah, I saw that Ogre contracts changes. That'll come up a bit later in the patch notes, I think, Nolan. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. So yeah. Defeating the Demon Prince, attrition effect that now applies to all form of attrition. Cathay enables frostbite attacks for the victorious lord. Defeating Kostalton gives you flaming attacks for the victorious lord. So you could defeat both of them and have both frostbite and flaming attacks. That's pretty cool. Upon defeating Kurgan, further reduces the ability of plague spread from -20 to -80. What? Further reduces the ability of a plague to spread from -20 to -80. Oh, right. Previously, right, they changed it. So previously, killing Kurgan would give you -20% plague spread. Now it gives you -80% plague spread and +30 growth. So that's a big change. So killing Kurgan is really good. If you kill Kurgan, you just don't have to worry about plagues anymore. That's pretty cool. Oh, and basic, you know, they're much weaker. That's pretty cool. I smell Greasus is a new cheese. Well, we might be finding out how cheesy Greasus is after this patch notes. Upon defeating Scarbrand, charge and weapon strength trait bonuses now also apply to the Lord's whole army. Okay, cool. Defeating Greasus, income from all buildings plus 20%. Defeating Scrag of Slaughterer replaces Winds of Magic increase when changing with Winds of Magic power reserve capacity +8. That's really interesting. So a few of us have noticed that these abilities that Winds of Magic increases when changing traits are really crap, you know. So you know, you're going to an area where you would normally get plus 10 winds of magic or minus 5 winds of magic or whatever. And if you happen to go in a place that's got plus 10 winds of magic, then your winds would go up from like 50 to 60 by the end of your turn. And then if you have like plus 10%, that means it would go up from 50 to 61 at the end of your turn or whatever. And they're just kind of not very impactful, and they're kind of crap. But yeah, so it's saying winds of magic power reserve capacity plus 8. Is that like plus 8 on top of the plus 100? Like, does that mean that if you kill Scrag the Slaughter, you then permanently have a winds of power reserve capacity of 108 instead of 100? That's pretty awesome, or pretty interesting, if at least if it is. And also, if they're replacing the Scrag the Slaughterer kill trait, winds of magic increase, changing it to a power reserve capacity plus 8, are they changing? There's a bunch of other items and abilities that do it. I wonder if any of those are going to increase capacity, because that would be pretty cool if you could still increase capacity, or if they bring back capacity increases like they had in Warhammer 2, because that's like the main reason why people want infinite magic so much, because the capacity is so limited, right? And that's completely intentional, as far as I can tell. Like, CA want magic to be much more limited, but this is sort of going the opposite way, it seems like. It's plus 6% for Lord's Army. I think it's the same as it was before for Nikari. Defeating Kairos, winds of magic. Yeah, winds of magic power reserve capacity plus 5. That's another one. So if you kill both of these, then do you have like 113 winds of magic capacity then? It's interesting. And are they going to change this to other items to make them give you more capacity? That's one of the first things I want to get into the game. And as soon as we get a spellcaster, I want to see if they've got that crappy old winds of magic increases skill, or if they've replaced it with like a plus capacity skill like we had in Warhammer 2. Because basically every spellcaster could give you plus 15 capacity in Warhammer 2. So if they've reduced that down so these spellcasters only give you plus 5 or plus 8 or whatever, but still have put it back in, that would be an interesting change. Plague Troopers replaces the charge bonus. No, okay, yeah, I'll just have a quick look through some of these. This is the Demons of Chaos. They changed the Plague Troopers skill. Grand Cathay. We wanted to provide a solution for Cathay when it comes to their ability to hold the line in infantry combat. It's a critical element of gameplay since they're a range-focused faction, which is why making Harmony more potent for melee units by adding melee attack stats to Yang and adding a less impactful benefit of speed to Yin. As we're generally content with the performance of range units, we are partially rolling back the projectile penetration strength of Crane Gunners. Okay, yeah, so Crane Gunners apparently became super overpowered in 1.2, so now they're going to be a bit less overpowered. So we went somewhat overboard. We're aware of Cathay's struggles in multiplayer, so introducing a bunch of changes. So yeah, I'm going to try to skim over some of the changes, but yeah, so they've tweaked a lot of stuff. That was the reason they did it. This is how they've done it. If you want to go through all the details of it, just check it out. If anyone's already gone through this and noticed anything amazing, then yeah. If you played Greece, it's maybe worth farming Scrag for his trait. What was Scrag's trait again? Replaces wind. Oh yeah, definitely want to get Scrag's trait for sure. Just having a look through. Yeah, so there's a whole host of changes for all different things in Cathay, lots of different skills and stuff. I'm sure some of these are interesting and impactful. I just don't really know. I don't really know where the problems were or what these changes were or anything. So, you know, and unfortunately, this doesn't sort of highlight, you know, oh, this is a really important one or anything. So, yeah, I got no idea. This looks like all interesting stuff. If you're preparing to have a Cathay campaign, I'd probably like read through that carefully and see if there's anything that you can cheese. Okay, Khorne, we're overall happy with Khorne's battle balance. The only exception are cultists, who across the board will now need to be in melee to recharge the initial cooldown on their summon abilities. We're making an adjustment to avoid scenarios where a large number of cultists can be used to trivialize battles. Damn it! I love my Slanesh cultist armies. They were really cool. the gutted cultists. Yeah, I wonder how much difference that makes, because if they made it so that they start off with one use of the summon and then they need to be in combat to recharge for the second use, then that's like probably not even going to really affect it that much. It's still going to be pretty much doable. If you have to go into combat and fight to recharge enough to get the first summon, then that's a massive change. And that's like, basically made cultists worthless now, I would say. So yeah, it'd be interesting for multiplayer. I'd say they're just worthless now if that's the case. If you have to fight in combat before you get your first summon. They have to come into combat first, I believe. Okay, but that's, I don't know. I feel like that might be a bit overkill, because that means that multiplayer, they're basically just, why bother even taking them? I guess, I don't know. Well, I guess the multiplayer guys can investigate that and see what they think about that. So there's here we go. Gate of Khorne now starts with a 60-second cooldown and will only count down when in melee combat. Greater Gate of Khorne starts with 120-second cooldown, will only count down when in melee combat. Yeah, so you're right, Engine Device. They start off being unable to summon until they've been in melee combat for a while. Especially for like the Zeech cultists that are like pretty weak in combat. Like they're just useless now. Their summons, you can't even ever recharge them because they're not melee units. You know what I mean? Like the tankier ones, like the Khorne cultists and the Nurgle cultists, maybe still be okay. But yeah, the Slaanesh cultists and the Slaanesh cultists are melee guys, but they're not that tanky. Oh, actually, no, the Slaanesh ones are pretty tanky. Maybe Slaanesh ones still be alright, but I don't know. In general, it's a pretty massive nerf to cultists. Sounds like making a handful of delicate tweaks to Kislev as we focus on their mid-tier and high-tier units' performance. Particular notes are Elemental Bears and Ice Guard. We want to ensure that both are presented in a slightly more character-rich way. The Elemental Bear already has visual effects of a cold aura, so we're giving them a chilling aura passive ability, which slows down nearby enemies and stacks with the frostbite attacks and Kislev's spells. As the Ice Guard, we're emphasizing their magic armor by granting them a natural spell resistance. Okay, that's interesting. Kislev's got so many interesting stacking slows. They got there's 3 different slows that you can get from spells. There's there's frostbite attacks. There's chilling aura. So it'd be really interesting how much you can slow down units if you really stack all this slowing stuff together. Especially if you've got a archer heavy army and you're just putting slows on everything. It's just really powerful. But yeah, the Elemental Bear's main problem for me is just that it's a moving pincushion. It's just a giant target that just gets shot to death and there's nothing you can really do about it. It's hard to even heal through the amount of damage that it takes from getting shot. So yeah, but as part of a balanced army, I'm sure it's useful, possibly. I don't know. Fixed an issue that prevented adamant bonuses from playing. Okay. Boris has frostbite attacks. Yeah, I won't go through all this sort of stuff, but I'm sure there's some interesting stuff in here, but I don't think I'm going to be able to really pick up on all the subtleties of it. Nurgle's been performing much better in battle since 1.2. Aside from the cultist summon tweaks, we're only making slight multiplayer cost adjustments. Okay, so there you go. That does apply to all cultists, not just Khorne. Same thing. Oh, wait up. Gate of Nurgle now starts with a 30-second cooldown, and will only count down when below 75% hit points. Okay, so they are all different. Sorry. So yeah, so the Khorne one has to be in combat and for 60 seconds. The Gate of Nurgle one has a 30-second cooldown that starts after they lose 25% of the hit points. The Greater one has a 60-second cooldown, which only starts after they drop below 50% of the hit points. So this is kind of, yeah, I don't know about all this. That means if your cultist is getting gooned on and dying, then as soon as it gets down to 50%, then you've got to wait 60 seconds. After you've dropped 50% health, then you got to wait 60 seconds before you can summon. So you might just get the summon off before you die. And they have regen. Yeah, or if you're not getting hurt enough, then you'll keep getting slightly damaged and just never get down to 75%. So you'll just never be able to summon. So yeah, okay, I don't know. That seems like a pretty bad one as well. We're currently content with the state of the Ogre Kingdoms in battles, but we'll continue to keep an eye on them. We're increasing the rewards. Here we go. So this is a pretty big change for Ogre Kingdoms. We're increasing the rewards granted by Ogre Kingdoms contracts. All 3 missions now offer a bonus reward: meat, growth from camps, or a rare magic item. So that's a rare magic item. Boom. Before, there was literally no reason to do the Ogre Kingdom contracts. The money that was offered was so minimal that it was not worth going out of your way. Like, it was not worth reducing the efficiency of whatever you're doing on the strategy map to go out of your way to take the to take out the target settlement for a contract. You would just choose contracts at random, you know, wherever you thought you might be going to go anyway, you know. That's how I just used to do it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to ever complete any of the contracts, you know. Whereas now, if you get a magic item for completing the contract, which you can also melt down, you know, if you don't like it, to make other magic items in the Warhammer 3 with the Warhammer 3 system, you know, boom, straight away, Ogre contracts are now good. Before they were shit, now they're good because now you can get magic items. You know, so that's a great change. That's amazing. Roughly double the amount of gold granted by treasury rewards. I mean, yeah, it's good. Increase the minimum reward from 500 to 1500. The exact amount is determined by the issuing faction's treasury. Oh, actually, that's interesting. The exact amount is determined by the issuing faction's treasury. I wonder if you could, if you can do Altharian's infinite gold thing on this. Like, if there was like if you have some friendly factions that you keep nearby to where you start off, and then you give them like 1,000,000 gold, will the rewards start to go up higher? I guess it's saying it's capped at 1500, so you can't do the Altharian infinite gold thing with it. But yeah, interesting. Hey, Smooper man, how you going, man? We don't see Smoop too much in the Warhammer stuff. I was talking about our Warhammer Age of Reckoning exploits a bit the other day, reminiscing about the old Warhammer days, Smoop. Modified the splash attacks of Iron Guts and Man-Eaters to hit smaller entities more consistently. Yeah, this is one thing I want to try out today. Get some, it's not capped, says Lemmy. Interesting. It's obviously to be a lot harder to control than Altharian because you can't like determine which factions are going to give you the missions, and it's only once every 15 turns or something like that. But yeah, it'd still be interesting if you were like feeding gold to an ally or something, if you could start getting like huge rewards from them and stuff. Has anyone noticed how the CAB team is on development? Good things are finally happening. I don't know if it's the CAB team. I think it's just the DLC team. Yeah. I think that's the general consensus, that we love the DLC team. The DLC team is the fun team. The main game team is the no fun team that makes everything like more serious and restrictive, and then the DLC team's the like, let's give them all as much stuff as we can possibly give them within the structure of the game. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if that's just a perception, but that's how it feels like to me. Stonehorn reduced their missile resistance from 35 to 20%. Yeah, Stonehorns are probably the strongest thing in the game, just about. So any nerfs to them is probably warranted, I guess. Although it is kind of fun having Stonehorn stacks go around and smash everything. Combat skills for Goldtooth and Tyrants now only have 2 levels as opposed to 3, as is the case with other lords. The first level is equivalent to the second level of other characters. So that's cool. That just saves you some skill points. Continuous volley added plus 10% speed for Noblar Trappers, Lead Belchers, etc. Richly rewarded added plus 12% strength for Iron Guts, weapon strength, Iron Guts, Noblars, Ogre Bulls, rank 7 and above. Trained Beasts plus 5 for Mournfang Cavalry, Crushers, Stonehorn, and Sabertusk packs. Ravenous Fighters add missile resistance for Man-Eaters, Gorges, and Giant units. Okay, missile resistance for Man-Eaters with pistols could be cool. Oh, I don't know. They haven't got much armor anyway, so it's still like not that great. When Ryan Reynolds was asked how he made Deadpool into such a success, he answered, "I just gave the fans what they wanted." What a novel idea. Yeah. Yeah, and look, guys, this is just the first it's not the first, but this is just, you know, one of the first patches. Like this, we're going to be getting like many patches over the next 5 years, probably, you know, and to fix stuff. And they're still figuring it out. Like, I think that Warhammer 3 just brought in a lot of changes at once. You know, the way the sieges work and the way the campaign map works as a result of that, like, dramatically changed the way the game plays. You know, the 100 cap on wins dramatically changed the way that magic works, you know. Plus that came alongside a whole bunch of tweaks and balance changes to magic, and you know, they changed like the base like engine of the game is different now, I think, and that's caused all these issues with, you know, responsiveness and unit control and everything. Like, there's just like so many things that have come into the game that are new that they've kind of had to do, I guess, to be able to kind of expand the scope of what's possible with the game, but it's just causes all these problems, you know. So yeah, I feel like for the next little while, you know, there's going to be a little bit of new cool stuff and a lot of just attempts to try to rebalance and fix the stuff they've already got, and that's probably going to take a while. But I think, you know, as we go on, obviously there'll be less kind of trying to fix the shit we've already got, and there'll be more new cool stuff. You know, it'll just slowly, the ratio will slowly change from, you know, from fixing to improving, you know. That's how I imagine it's going to go anyway. For Slaanesh, we're boosting the stats of Demonettes, Exalted Demonettes, as well as the Stole Scent passive. This should ensure that infantry heavy playstyles are significantly more relevant going forward. Cult of Slaanesh will also be seeing changes. So what do they do the Slaanesh ones? Gate of Slaanesh starts with a 15-second cooldown. Will only count down when winning in melee. Okay, so that's so interesting. So Slaanesh is the one that had the most powerful summon armies out of anyone, and they're the ones that got the least amount of nerf out of anyone. Now starts with 30-second cooldown and only start when winning a melee. Yeah, so I feel like that'd be really interesting. We'll have to try it. So it's winning in melee, right? So we need to like play around with what you need to do in order to get the AI to believe it's winning in melee. Like, I feel like if I get like 20 cultists and put them all together in a blob, and then that 20 cultists like fights enemy infantry, no matter how many infantry they stack around it, the 20 cultists are going to be kicking the shit out of anything that gets into melee combat with them, because they're single entities that do like 500 damage per hit versus normal infantry models that do, you know, like 50 damage per hit or something. So it'd be interesting if they just automatically count as winning and you can just start summoning straight away. But they will still take damage, so you might want to mix them with some sort of other units. Like, it'd be interesting to see what combinations are good to make your summon units to work. Big super chat from Smooperman. Thanks, buddy. Keep up the good work. Grow your beard longer. I will endeavor to do so. It's been coming in pretty good. It's not quite back to its full glory, but it's getting there. It's getting there. That $5 will help. I'll invest it in beard oil. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, so interesting to see how that works out. AI Lords now have a campaign skill that increases replenishment, and a lot of people are complaining about Slaanesh replenishment, so that helps. Where's the Viking? Like, where is the Viking helmet? Oh yeah, no, I don't have a Viking helmet, unfortunately. I'm going for an Empire General beard, like a Marcus Kruber beard from Vermintide. But I do sometimes. I actually haven't done the Marcus Wolfheart. Not Marcus Wolfheart. I haven't done the Norska cosplay yet, but yeah, we might get some Norska cosplay. I'll probably do the Mohawk. Gotta go have coffee later. No worries, man. Thanks a lot for the super chat. Thanks for dropping by, Smoop. It's good to see ya. Smoop is my one of my wise senseis in life. Teaches me the secrets that I need to know about secret things. So for Zeech, we mentioned we were considering bringing Blue Horrors in line with other inexpensive units by reducing their available ammunition. Don't they already only have like 2 ammo? This is a massive change to their efficacy, so to maintain their relevance in the campaign, we're tweaking the Accursed Horror skill to ensure they get a notable boost to their missile strength. This won't quite make up for losing the ammunition, but we're already working on a new mechanic to aid in the ammunition capacity of the Zeech roster that will reveal in update 2.0. Working on a new mechanic to aid in the ammunition carrying capacity. What the hell does that mean? And like, what? So they're reducing their ammunition, but they're giving them a new mechanic to like aid their ammunition carrying capacity. That's really intriguing. I've got no idea what that means, but it sounds really interesting. I wonder if that's going to be something completely new. Reduce ammunition from 5 to 4. Okay. Gate of Zeech now starts with 60-second cooldown, which only count down when the Winds of Magic reserve exceeds 15. Oh, okay. So Zeech is all good then. Winds of Magic reserve exceeds 15. So your Winds of Magic reserve will exceed 15 straight away, and then you can just start summoning. Pretty much probably at the start of the battle. And every time whenever you're attacking, when you're playing a Zeech, the AI will mostly be passive, so you can just sit there and wait until your summons are ready to rock, and then you can send your summons in first or whatever. So yeah, I feel like Zeech is the one that's probably going to be like the least affected out of everyone. Yeah, that's really interesting how all the different all different cultists have got like totally different weird nerfs to their summons that are like might change the way that they all play. Possibly recovering ammunition when in melee combat or when their barrier is recharging. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah. I believe it's referring to the tag that's assigned in a unit like winning decisively or the older fighting to the death, etc. Yeah, man, that's right, man. Yeah, that's exactly what I believe it is talking about. Winning decisively or losing or whatever. But yeah, what I was saying is like, how do we exploit that? What sort of combination of units and stuff like that could we put into the field to make it so that they will always be counted as winning in combat? If that's possible. Is reserve the total that you have, but don't have available, or is it the wins that you have available to use now but recharges slowly from other things? Reserve is how much you have that is available. No, that's not available yet. Yeah, the reserve is the top part, the part that you haven't used yet. So your Winds of Magic reserve should start off already exceeding 15, if I understand that correctly. So the 60-second cooldown should start as soon as the battle starts, basically. Unless you've got 0 magic reserves for some reason. Replenishment for Lords for Zeech as well. People have also been complaining about the replenishment of Zeech Lords. Fixed an issue where non-chaos factions would not start new campaigns at war with nearby demon factions, such as playing Miao Ying or Sartorial's Watchers. Fixed an issue where AI factions would continue to interact with a subset of rifts after a faction had already won the game. Okay, so there's an interesting... Yeah, I wasn't aware of that thing, but as far as I understood it, when you win the game, if you win the Realm of Chaos campaign, then it's supposed to stop the rifts from happening, or it's supposed to stop the demons coming through the rifts or something. But there was some sort of bug or something where it didn't stop the rifts and they kept spawning forever or whatever. But yeah, so I don't know. I think I remember them saying they already fixed that or they changed that or something, but I can't remember what the change was now. I haven't finished the campaign like ever. Probably never will. But anyway, I feel like if you do finish the campaign, it should either stop the rifts from happening or it should give you a choice of whether they should, stop spawning or whatever. Rifts didn't despawn after my campaign win today, says Scorpion. Oh, okay, thanks for that information, Scorpion. Do you know that they didn't respawn, but they didn't despawn? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like that's the intended behavior. So they, no new rifts should happen. They didn't despawn even after the time, after the 15 turns, like they normally would despawn. They just never despawned. Okay, that's interesting. I suppose you can still close them manually though. But I feel like that's sort of I honestly, I don't care because I'm not really interested in the Realm of Chaos as a sandbox campaign. The Immortal Empires is the sandbox campaign that I'm looking forward to. Realm of Chaos is just kind of like a side quest thing to keep us occupied for the moment, you know. But I know some people are interested in playing Realm of Chaos as a sandbox after they've defeated the Realm of Chaos campaign. They want no more rifts, and they want to just be able to play on or whatever. So cool. It seems like that is hopefully working now. So that's great. Excuse me. Changes have been made to counteract the need to proactively camp the Forge of Souls. When AI teleports to the Forge of Souls, players will now be prompted to teleport and confront them. Note this dilemma will only appear if the player's faction leader is in a state where they can teleport. So if the player's faction leader is not wounded, basically, I guess they're saying. So yeah, that's cool. So basically, every time the AI goes to the Forge of Souls, you just teleport there and kill them. So it sounds like they've basically just completely removed any challenge at all in the Realm of Chaos now. All you need to do is have at least one Doom stack on your Lord, and then whenever any other faction's going to win, you just teleport there and kill them, and they don't win. And then they get set back like 15 or 30 turns or something, so that they basically will never ever be able to win the game again. So, I think the Forge of Souls, if I'm reading this, if I'm understanding this correctly, they've just changed it now so the AI can just never win, basically. So that's better than having it so the AI could win and end your game, I guess. But I feel like it kind of, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I'm not really that excited about the Realm of Chaos, so I don't really care if they kind of just completely get rid of it or what they do to it. It doesn't really make any difference to me. I don't really interact with it much apart from just getting the XP and rewards and stuff from Khorne's Realm and Slaanesha's Realm. Several changes have been made to Kurgan Warband armies from continuously spawning at the Great Bastion. Reduce the rate at which the threat meter fills. When the threat meter is not full, Kurgan armies will only spawn at each bastion gate when it is raised. So if the bastion gate's not raised, they won't spawn there. And when the threat meter is not full. When threat meter now reduces any faction attacks and defeats. When any faction attacks and defeats Kurgan Warband, rather than just the Cathayan player. That's interesting. So does that mean that if you're not playing as Cathay, there is still a threat meter? Like, you can't necessarily see it, but it's still there? And then if you kill the Kurgan Warbands, it reduces the threat meter, and then you get this threat meter not full effect. Improve visibility into when and why a threat meter is increasing, etc. I assume only if you're playing as Cathay. So yeah, I wonder if any of this stuff will affect you when you're not playing as Cathay, because some people had said that the main issue is when you're not playing as Cathay, not when you're actually playing as Cathay. But yeah, interesting. Fixes for Siege's Realm. Sigils are now revealed upon entering, exiting, and teleport locus. Action points are no longer removed when player interacts with a point of interest in the realm. AI factions must now teleport 8 times before they can access the final area. I think previously they only had to teleport 6 times. So, or if that's 5 or 6 times. So that basically means it's going to be easier for you to get through. It's going to make the AI a bit slower. So overall, hopefully this will make it so that Siege's Realm is actually possible to succeed. Several adjustments made to the final encounter with Bellacor. Yeah, if you're interested in that, you can check that out. Quest battle, Frozen Falls. Lists several issues. Okay, battles. Damage dealt to buildings now properly considers damage modifiers to both base damage and armor-piercing damage in its calculations. Okay, that's interesting. So in Warhammer 2, I'm pretty sure building damage was just a completely separate thing. It was nothing to do with armor piercing or non-armor piercing or anti-large. Nothing, like, I don't think anything really affected it. It was like it was a separate thing. Whereas, yeah, now instead of sounding like it's saying that building just take normal damage like units do. I'm not sure if that's correct or not, but yeah, I'd be interested to know if anyone understands the deeper mechanics of that, of how that works. I don't think you can teleport if you're in a settlement. Well, yeah, normally you can't teleport if you're in a settlement, if you're in force march, if you're in a camp stance, if you're in any stance. But I mean, I feel like surely that can't be how it works, because that means that, like, if you just happen to be in a different stance when they go there, that means you lose the campaign. That seems pretty weird. Yes, I feel like you should still get the option to teleport, but it should just sit there and give you the option and give you the ability to change stances first. Kind of like it should appear like a quest battle, so you should be able to change stances to take it up. You know, if it's only works if you happen to be in the right stance, then that's pretty bad. Like I can understand that you shouldn't be able to teleport if you're in the wrong stance, but you should be able to change into the right stance and then teleport to defeat them. But yeah, no, we'll see how that works, I guess. Well, I probably won't see how that works today, but I mean, you guys, us as a larger community, will figure out how that works as time goes on. Fix the bug which is preventing army abilities from using the current Winds of Magic and Magic Reserves levels. Also addressed an issue with Arcane Surge. Fix an issue which prevented towers from being built at the end of the construction timer. Fix the terrain bug where prevented certain towers from firing. Okay, yeah, I noticed some of the towers aren't very useful. Hopefully that fixes that. Hey Benji. Improved articulated vehicle movements, i.e. chariot artillery pieces to avoid sudden deaths or areas which would float units when moving through terrain in the range of elevation. Yeah, so there's certain maps in Cathayan maps where there's these sort of rice paddy fields that are on a sort of tiered thing like this, and when you go down with a chariot, your chariots would just like insta die sometimes. So yeah, that's good that they fixed that. AI armies would no longer disregard enemy units in melee when retreating from an ambush battle. Okay, this is really important, really good change. So previously, like if you ever pull off a successful ambush battle, the AI thinks you're more powerful, they'll retreat and just be like a shooting gallery. You can just kill them with no problems. So now they're now potentially they'll still fight and maybe be a bit harder to kill. I don't know. We'll see if that actually fixes anything, but yeah. Domination Battles. Experimenting with the comeback mechanic for Domination Battles. This is more of a multiplayer. I'm not a multiplayer player, so I don't really understand multiplayer much that well, the deeper things of it, so I'm not really going to go into this too much, but yeah, sounds like the comeback mechanic was overpowered. Basically, they're nerfing it a little bit somehow now to try to fix it. Oh no, they removed the comeback mechanic. What? I thought they said they weren't going to remove the comeback mechanic. Whatever. Anyway, it looks like they're going to, like, you know, reset that a few times to see how it works out or whatever. They're going to try out some different stuff. Major settlement battles. Update the reinforcement lines in Black Fortress settlement map. Oh, this is from multiplayer as well. Multiplayer. Looking forward. Ton of exciting stuff dropping in the game with today's build. I wanted to highlight a few often requested projects which are still in the works for the future. While we don't have an exact date of when these will land, you can watch for us to confirm the development and release schedule for Warhammer 3. Okay, cool. HUD color options. Okay, wow, awesome. We're getting the getting nicer heads-up display options. So a lot of people complained about the red UI. That is really kind of a bit oppressive and over the top, I felt like a bit. I kind of agree. Look at this UI. This UI looks beautiful. This is like gold with the blue backgrounds. Because the current UI we're going to see soon when I launch in my game, like these background parts are red, these gold parts are red, these blue parts are red, just everything's red, you know, and it just looks really shit. Well, I mean, I don't know, I don't personally like it anyway. But yes, this looks really nice. I really like that. And it says HUD color options, so I guess we can actually change it. Work on a variety of color options for you to customize your HUD. Our aim is to release this alongside 2.0, and you'll be able to pick whichever color suits your fancy. Yes, that'd be really good. This looks amazing. If you're colorblind, like Scorpion, then you can change it to be some colors that you can actually recognize. That'd be awesome. Settlement battle fatigue. One point of feedback we're looking to address is the overwhelming number of settlement battles encountered through the campaign. While we hope that the gameplay and battle fixes above improve the current playability of settlement battles, we will work to continue on the long-term adjustments that will result in more varied and enjoyable experience. Yeah, so there's like pathing issues and stuff that they were trying to fix. Not really sure what else they were talking about in reference to settlement battles, but anyway, we're continuing to work on long-term adjustments that will result in a more varied, enjoyable experience. So yeah, they want to do something to make it so there's less settlement battles and more open field battles. Oh yeah, the AI and tower fixes. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so I don't know. The only two things that I can think of that they could really do, one is to make the map bigger, like just spread everything out. So if you want to get from one settlement to the next settlement, it takes like 2 turns instead of 1 turn, or it takes like 2.5 turns instead of 1 turn, or whatever, you know. That would mean that you would get probably slightly less settlement battles, because there'd be more chance of you running into armies in between the settlements. Like if the settlements are only like two movements apart, then there's less chance of you hitting another army before you get there than if it was 3 apart. So that's one thing that they could do to make less settlement battles, slightly less settlement battles, just make the map bigger. But I feel like that's definitely not what they're going to do, because that would just affect so many other things that, you know. The only other suggestion that I've heard was from Warmaster Moloch, which was to make it so that you don't get a minor settlement battle automatically when you attack a minor settlement. If you attack a minor settlement that doesn't have any garrison upgrade, and maybe it's only level 1 or 2, then it just is an open field battle, and you only get a settlement battle if it's like a tier 3 settlement, or if it's a tier 2 settlement with tier 1 or 2, you know, or at least tier 1 garrison upgrade or something, you know. So basically you have to, it's just having a minor settlement doesn't automatically give you a minor settlement battle. You have to have some secondary condition, like having a certain level, or having a garrison building or something as well, and then you get the minor settlement battle. So that's the only thing that, like, that's the only fix for it that I've heard that I think could work, and it seems like a really good fix, so I think they should just do that. But I'll be interested to see if they agree with Warmaster Moloch, or if they think of something else. Making that bigger is genius. Actually, it can be done by reducing everyone's movement points by 30 to 40%. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. They could just reduce everyone's movement. I feel like it'd be really hard though, because there'd be like because reducing everyone's movement would put in a whole bunch of balance issues with a lot of stuff as well, you know. So yeah, I don't know. In Warhammer 2, where you have to have walls, it was perfect. In my opinion, it's going to have so many minor battles. Yeah, I feel like they could just make it so that, just make it so that you have to have walls. Actually, that's a good idea, Wills. Yeah, fuck it. Just make it so that, because at the moment, if you have walls, then you get a major settlement battle. And I feel like that's unnecessary. Just make it so minor settlements don't ever upgrade into major settlement battles. Just minor settlements are either open field battles, or if you have walls, then you get a minor settlement battle. That'd be cool. But I feel like you should make it a bit easier though. So it should be like any garrison building gives you the minor settlement battle. Whereas if you don't have any garrison building, then you don't get the minor settlement battle. I think that would be cool. That would be a pretty good way to do it. Warmaster Moloch did a video a while about it, and I thought his ideas were really really intelligent. Cathay formation attack. Yeah, so originally announced in the 1.3 preview, an important change that we intended to make in 1.3 involved granting units +9 melee defense upon activating formation attack. Unfortunately, this particular tweak didn't make it into release, so we'll ensure it'll be added to 2.0. So I'm interested to know if formation attack actually got any better at all, or if it's actually just still terrible, and if you still have it switched on by default, which is pretty bad if it actually harms your performance, you know. So I think that's pretty much it for the patch. I'll have a quick look back through over the comments in case any of you guys said some super awesome stuff that I need to talk about. Instead of letting us paint armies, they let us paint the UI. Yeah, how cool would it be if we could paint our armies? If you play Khorne, the UI already is okay with the theme. Doesn't apply to other factions. Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. Sort of like the Vortex. I mean, who has ever seen the AI win the Vortex? Or like Thoric Ironbrow? Has anyone ever lost by the Skaven taking the Artifact Vault? Of course not. That's stupid. Yeah. I mean, for me personally, like, if I'm going to play against the campaign mechanic, I want the campaign mechanic to feel dangerous and exciting. Kind of like XCOM 2, you know, even though you don't, like, once you're familiar with the way it works, you know, you're probably unlikely to lose the campaign from, like, I mean, no, you can still definitely lose the campaign, but like the things that make you like insta lose kind of at the end, like those things are less likely to spring on you once you know how they work. But like it still definitely can, and there's still other things that can happen along the way that can really screw you up. Like so, and I like that's what I want, you know. Out of, if I'm gonna have like if there's gonna be a campaign mechanic, I want it to be dangerous. I want to have to deal with it, but I want it to be fun to deal with it and rewarding to deal with it, you know. But yeah, so I think I sort of feel like it's just, I don't know, the Vortex, the Realm of Chaos campaign still isn't really, I don't know, that fun, but I think it's getting there. Hopefully it's getting there, I don't know. But I mean, I guess at the bare minimum, if it's not that much fun, at least you can make it not that punishing. So it sounds like they're making it much less punishing, and hopefully it'll continue to get more fun as well. Dwarfs are now the only faction in game. Every other faction has been deemed unnecessary and was removed by our staff. That would be a fantastic change, wouldn't it? Daoist superiority. Awesome. Well, yeah, awesome, man. Thanks so much for the generous super chats, guys. Much appreciated. And thanks for your attention on this read and discuss patch notes review. I think we're going to start our campaign now for some ogres. It's actually kind of almost good to be back, I think, now. I've been playing a lot of Warhammer 2 lately. Yeah, I haven't actually played Warhammer 3 for a couple of weeks now. So yeah, it's kind of cool to come back again.
Been sundered by a tide of arcane energy.
Well, the intro video hasn't changed. So.
Turned into a maelstrom.
We don't care about that. Yeah, so I want to try out the ogres. I don't know if the ogres are necessarily like got that many changes, but it's not really the faction changes that I'm that interested in. It's more like the unit responsiveness and stuff like that. But yeah, they did. Iron Guts apparently got a bonus to their splash attacks versus small units. So I'll be interested to see if they can like wreck Skaven harder now or anything. Also, I want to try out some more magic stuff to see how the reserves regen works now and if it's still is infinite or not. Let's see. So Scrag would give us more hero capacity for butchers. Don't really care about gorges because gorges kind of nerfed to oblivion now. They're not really very good anymore, I don't think. But the hero capacity for butchers is pretty cool. 10% movement range for all characters is pretty cool too. And his star position is way cooler because he's right near the Empire. Greasus gets diplomatic with ogres. Unit mass, which is kind of cool. 50% for ogre. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to go with Greasus, but I kind of want to migrate to the Empire again. See how we go. I wonder if we can kill Scrag and then also try to confederate him as well. I wonder if they did any stealth changes to diplomacy that it's going to affect the confederation mechanic. I'm just trying to think what's going to be more fun or more interesting. Like I kind of want to fight in the Empire, but I don't know. What do you guys think, Greasus or do a mini poll? How to spell Scrag again? 1G. Which ogre? Gobos. Greasus says there. Yeah, if anyone, I just put a little poll up if you want to vote for either Greasus or Scrag. We'll try out one of them. I kind of want to get some Iron Guts, so I'm kind of leaning towards Greasus. But Scrag, I think, is just more fun starting position. And, you know, it's probably like going to be a quicker start so we can get into the fun quicker, you know. We need a new Emperor. Yeah, Emperor Greasus. What about Emperor Scrag? No, it's like it's almost 50-50. Everyone like exactly the same. There's like 2% more people want Scrag than Greases. Noblar only. Guns go boom though. Yeah. I'm planning on doing a lot of guns, and it doesn't really matter which one we go for guns. All right, we'll go. Greases is back in top now. It's just swinging back and forth. I'm just thinking map wise. I don't really want, like, I want to migrate to the Empire. So I'm kind of feeling like it might be better off just to start off in the Empire at the start, so we don't have to migrate there. I definitely want to get some guns though. I want to do that gun stacking guns on top of each other thing and see how badass it is. Scrag is the true Ogre King. Yeah, all right. That's enough polling. I'm gonna ignore your poll at the poll anyway. I'm gonna go for Scrag. I think you've decided me. So even though technically we did did votes for Greases, it was kind of swinging back and forth. It was in favor of Scrag a minute ago. So I've tested the waters. I feel like it's about 50-50. And so I'm going to do the tiebreaker and just go for Scrag. It's not a migration if you're already there. That's true. That's true. I can't really call it a migration. Well, I'm still going to migrate. I'm just going to migrate to a different part. Mostly the over turret that's on theme. Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing Greases. I like to play Greases. Like, I probably would have rather played Greases and then migrated to the Empire, but I feel like if we just start off as Scrag in the Empire already, then that's going to be quicker. Scrag is a better entity in battle, magic, and not a stupid hitbox. Yeah, and he's not super slow as well. Greases is super slow, so he never even gets into combat. I do like his free passive, not passive, his free active ability that nerfs enemy units though. It's kind of cool just having a free ability that you can just throw around, you know. Can we watch this little video?
Ogres feast to honor Greases the Over-Tyrant. Their appetites are ferocious. I must be wary.
Time's up, wizard.
No.
Put him in the stew.
Wait! Untold power can be harnessed from a dying
Eat him.
god.
Power? Ogres take what they
Rip his arms off.
What more power do we need?
Stuck him like chicken wings.
Fresh meat.
Stick him in the pot.
Wait! The god is up there! You can't devour it!
Quiet. A bear, you say?
All right, stop trying to convince me to play Greases now. The Rams touched the wall now. We've already chosen Scrag.
Right, more. What should I do with this piece of gristle? Does it go in the pot? No.
Big dudes. Oh yeah.
First, we listen.
Hey Phil.
Then we can eat him.
That's right. First we listen to him, then we eat him. Because if we eat him first, then you can't listen to him unless you listen to your belly.
The Carax will be tough.
I love these little videos with the like animated on the little animations on the campaign map. They're actually pretty cool.
The Tome of Fates tells me that
My graphics settings aren't up very high, so they probably don't look that great.
there
But
isn't much flesh on the vermin.
all right.
The Godmouth rewards its servants. No, I will not shame my clan.
So yeah, I guess we want to get rid of our gorges ASAP because they're kind of shit around, aren't they? Oh, well, actually, we get them really cheap though, don't we? Our gorge is actually okay-ish for Scrag still, even though they're really crap. Because they're super cheap. Does that make them sort of alright?
Into my meat cult.
I don't know if we should use our meat or we should save it. Gotta like... There's some good ogre logic there. First listen, then eat. That's the smart way to do it, lads. First you listen, then you eat them. They're probably still okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're still arm-piercing, they're still fast, they've still got good animations, but they got a lot less health now, don't they? There's less in a unit. That means they can't dish out as much damage. They don't, like, they dish out as much damage individually, but they can't dish out as much damage you know, overall, because they got less entities hitting. What should we do for early game? I want to get some lead belchers later on, but early game, I don't know. We're gonna go for like dog cats or cat dogs. It's just saber tusks, or we could go for some more gorges maybe if gorges are good. Hook-handed butcher. Gorge of Vanguard Stalk is pretty good. Well, yeah, they had Vanguard Stalk before as well, but now they're just shitter in combat than they used to be.
Godmouth's request.
Yeah, 88 armor piercing and infantry. Make it 2x1 blob of Noblar and corner camp. Yeah, actually that'd be interesting. Blob, yeah, I think blob range is going to be really interesting now.
This way. Find a
Have to see how that all plays out.
Rampage this way. Hungry. For the masters. Noblar's attack.
Oh shit, there's a dwarf coming for us.
I'll smell ya. Off we go. I ain't no gobbo. The Godmouth directs. Me. Slaughter. The more.
Don't know if we managed to get any of these charges properly. I probably didn't maneuver around properly.
Serve the Ogres.
I love how Noblars seem really tanky for some reason. Even though they're just not that good, they just still are really tank. They just don't die very fast. Weirdly, it's something to do with their animations or their unit size or something. I'm not really sure. It just works. All right, we routed everything except for the Dwarf Lord.
I'll smell ya.
I don't know, he seems to be beating them up slowly but surely. But yeah, they don't seem to... I mean, I guess Dwarf Lords aren't very offensive. They got 50 melee attack, that's pretty decent still. 420 weapon strength.
Take it all.
We just killed 2 units at once then. Probably shouldn't shoot. We probably shoot our own guys.
Looking for him.
Alright, we'll get some of these gorges onto the Dwarf Lord. See if we can finish him off.
Voice of the moor. When do we eat? Overwhelm them.
Alright, now we should be able to break him with the spell.
Hungry.
maybe not. There we go. Yeah, he's wavering. Alright, maybe not. There we go.
Relentless hunger.
Alright, we'll make sure we kill him so we get the money. Unbreakable Nobbler Trapper Blob. Yeah, I feel like Unbreakable Nobbler Trapper Blob could be good because if they get shot, well, it won't be good against AoE magic or artillery, obviously, but yeah, interesting. If they don't have any AoE magic or artillery, it'd be pretty good. So yeah, I think we'll that's what we should do first. I think is try to recruit some Nobbler Trappers and see if the stacked Nobbler Trapper Blob works. How you going, Dash Dash? By the way, welcome. Big question is: do you need to install all 3 games to have access to Immortal Empire? No, you only need to own them. You need to install all 3 games for Immortal Empires. They don't need legs for talking, right? Exactly, First-Timmer. That's exactly right. Do we want meat or do we want replenish? I don't know. Maybe replenish? Or money? Replenish. Alright. I kind of want to abandon this spot and migrate over to this area around here. It's my favorite little spot. So we can see how that plays out. Too bad there's no Ulth one for me to migrate to. That would be ideal. Alright, let's set him up. Yeah, wins the magic power reserve plus 5% when increasing, so it's still got that crappy plus 5% when increasing style. I was hoping they'd maybe changed all of these to be plus 5 magic reserves or something, but no, they only changed the actual lord killing traits, not the normal traits. So yeah, that's a bummer. This extra ingredients, I'm interested to try this out to find out whether we can still get infinite reserves from that, or whether there's going to be some way of making it so it caps. I feel like this should still technically be able to give us infinite winds of magic, right? Because this one is different from the other ones because it doesn't trigger off spells. It's just fighting in melee. So it's basically exchanging health for wins. And then we can potentially use... troll guts to heal ourselves, and I don't know, maybe.
Feed up to the more. Into my meat cauldron.
I'm not really sure. I can't really remember what I like to do with my skills. Do we want to go blue line and get quartermaster and stuff, or do I want to just go magic and beeline for troll guts? That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Get that heals happening ASAP. Excuse me. Or if we're going to go Nobblers, do we want to go for Nobbler bonuses?
No more. It will bring you meat.
I feel like these bonuses are pretty much, you can pretty much go for this spend on the pre-battle feast every single time, because you're always going to make more food you're always going to make more food from it than you are going to spend. This global recruitment, remember we figured out this stacks. So if you have multiple lords with this, you can get your global recruitment down really low. We can wait till next. We're not going to be moving this turn, so if I remember to use it, we can wait till next turn. I might save the food though, actually, because we might get short in food later. Oh, how do you get the unbreakable Noblars? That's from, is that from this tech tree, or is that from big names? Oh no, from the tech tree you get, well, from tech tree you get free Noblars, I believe. Or you get like 50% upkeep reduction or something. But there's no way to like beeline towards it though. Hunters and Tyrants, big name. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool. Will you get rid of the Gorges? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out because I think we get the Gorges 50% upkeep reduction. So even though they are a lot shitter than they used to be, they might still be worth it for Scrag because they're so cheap. I think I'll probably, I don't know, I'll check it out later, but I think I'll probably keep them. I think this is the one that I like the best normally. So we'll try to go here, make them set up their towers on this side, and then we'll go on this side, and then hopefully the towers will be blocked by this mountain. They said they were going to change in the patch notes it said they were changing the way that the like line of sight, the way the line of sight worked for the towers, so they would fire more often. So it'll be interesting to see whether this actually blocks the towers like it used to, or whether the towers are still going to be able to shoot. So he's got it. Oh, did he not even put up any towers? Oh yeah, there's this tower here. So he's got a tower there, and he's hopefully. Oh, he didn't build the other tower there. He put a barricade instead. Yeah. Sometimes you get it to build a tower there as well. They use up all their resources, and then they can't, you know. But anyway, so I'm hoping that's gonna once we get to here, that tower will not be able to shoot us anymore. So they'll have wasted those resources, and then by the time they start trying to build towers here, we can hopefully cap this. Should have gone a bit faster. We could have had our cats in there already.
Rampage this way! Scrag the Slewerer! Rampage!
Cheap Stalking Vanguard to me looks like it's not too much to not have at least some. Well, you can have cheap Stalking Vanguard Saber Tusk packs as well. Why is he? Did he get stuck on the corner? So yeah, looking at this pathing around the corners and stuff, this used to be pretty bad, but now maybe they've fixed it a bit. So like when you go around corners like this, the units would kind of get stuck and sort of smear around the corner, and that would hold up the whole lot of them. Yeah, see, this is nice now. See how this is nicely there? The whole units are nicely wheeling around the corner. Before they would all get like jammed, they would just go single file around here. So it would take ages for them to get around because they'd be blocking each other. Because they'd just be like one unit going in a really thin stream right around the corner. Now they're just nicely going around as a whole unit. So that's really nice. That's huge. That's a huge improvement. Yes, this tower's still getting blocked, so that's cool. So they said they'd fix the line of sight on the towers, but yeah, I was worried that it was going to mean that the towers would all of a sudden be able to just laser shoot through walls and shit. So yeah, it looks like the towers are still, you know, believably blocked by things that they should be blocked by, but you know, maybe they're a bit better than they were before. I think I had noticed some instances where the towers didn't shoot when I thought they should, but I can't really think of any examples right now. Xbox Game Pass was at $1 for 3 months if you want to play the game. Oh, really? For Warhammer? I think that is Warhammer 3 on special on Steam at the moment as well. Maybe check out Steam as well if you can't get it on Game Pass, because I think it actually is like discounted at the moment. I'm not 100% sure though. More or less every Cathay settlement has weirdly obstructed towers. Yeah. Oh yeah, so we can just put our put our archers like inside other units now. It's pretty cool. Just gonna do the old mash all that dudes into combat strategy. It's an oldie but a goodie. Make them break. And let the Saber Tusk pack keep chasing them. Unit pathing seems much improved. Looks like a lot of work was done. Yeah, noticed that before. The unit pathing seems heaps better now. And I think that's like a single change that's going to massively improve, you know, the way that the settlement battles work. So that's really cool. Just get all these, get some buffs on these guys. It'd be good if we could get in behind these guys. Yeah, no, I think we're just going to have to mash our way through them. Can't do anything too crazy. We could try and get through here and see if we can shoot from in the back. Oh yeah, these guys are getting around behind them. Maybe I should move some other units around behind them as well. What do we got over here?
Chopper of entrails. Servant of the Moor.
No, we're getting shot at the tower now. It's a bit of a problem. I'm trying to pull these gorges out, they're a bit stuck. Oh yeah, actually, Scrag gets regeneration for his gorges as well, doesn't he? So that might actually make him pretty kind of useful.
Find him and kill him. Butcher. Voice of the Moor.
There we go. €27 plus 7 for Ogres for European Steam key. Oh, nice. What percentage is that? What's the percentage is the discount? Well, Warhammer 3 is 10% off. Okay. Well, 10% off is not, you know, not a huge discount, but yeah, you probably can't expect too much bigger than that. But yeah, Warhammer 1 and 2 are 75% off. 75% off. Really? That's huge. Cool, alright, well if you haven't got Warhammer 1 and 2, you should definitely buy that straight away. Because 75% off is huge. I'm just going to verify that myself. Warhammer 2 is 66% off on for Australia. It's only $30, $31 Australian. Warhammer 3 is 10% off, which still makes it $80 Australian. Probably like $60 American or something. And Warhammer 1 is Warhammer 1 is 75% off, $22. So yeah, if you don't already own Warhammer 1 and 2, I definitely recommend you buy them right now, because 75% off is the best you're ever going to get for Warhammer 1, and 66% off is probably the best you're going to get for a long time for Warhammer 2 as well. So they're currently at like basically maximum price reduction, I would say. And some of the race DLCs are both minus 50% off as well for Warhammer 2, for Curse of the Vampire Coast and Rise of the Tomb Kings. But yeah, you guys can check it out yourself. Go check out Steam. There's big discounts for all of the Warhammer stuff, for a lot of the Warhammer stuff because of the Steam summer sale. Yeah, I highly recommend Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2 to buy the two together to be able to play Immortal Empires straight away and get it before Immortal Empires combined map of 1 and 2, and the big combined map including Warhammer 3 and Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2 is coming out in about a month, and you need to have those two games to get the big map. So yeah, I would highly recommend you get Warhammer 1 and 2 right now. And I'd probably buy Warhammer 3 right now as well, because I think the 10% discount that you're going to get now is probably the best you can get. But you might be able to get it cheaper from somewhere else, not Steam. If you can get a Steam key from somewhere else, it might be cheaper. So yeah, but those other ones are good. Occupy. Have you had time to see the new patch? How is it? Yeah, Mert, we just finished going through all of the patch notes and stuff. For about like an hour, and I talked about it for like an hour and a half. So I just wanted to get into the game a little bit now. But yeah, it looks good. Looks good. There's some lots of little things, and a few fairly big things. We just saw that pathing is much improved in the settlement battles, which is pretty awesome. Not sure if I want to go for Quartermaster and movement range. Movement range is pretty good as well, especially if you go to like a sort of a doom stack. But buy 1 and 2 for that Big Mac, yeah, for sure. The missile overlapping is busted. Yeah, Edge Tobias already pointed that out. It looks it looks pretty busted. We'll have to try and see if we can recruit some units with that actually. Can we get Slaughtermasters or... Yeah, probably want to get some Perceptive, more magic. Yeah, we can't recruit any Noblars that can shoot yet.
Slaughtermaster, the gore harvester, scrag, slaughter, servant.
I don't know if I want to go for magic first or... I guess I want magic. Magic's good. Magic's fun.
It will bring you meat. It hungers.
So if we go to tier 2 here, we can get Nublar Trappers. When we go Gristle Valley, go to tier 2, then we can get Nublar Trappers there. We don't need Ogre Bulls. Get rid of that. Should we... Try and take Carrick Ziflin.
It cools. Your ravenous children awake.
Oh, why did I recruit that unit back there? Shit, I didn't think about that. I should have recruited him here. I was sort of thinking I was going to migrate straight away and get out of here. But I guess we kind of need to take out the dwarfs before we migrate. Otherwise, they're going to be all up in our business.
My coupon awaits.
Hmm. If CA messes up in Model Empires, I'll forever refer to it as immoral empires. Lol.
Consume.
Yeah, they nerfed crane guns because they said they made them too overpowered. It's a good thing, I guess. How do we make friends with Reichland? I kind of want to make friends with Reichland, Midland, and Marienburg, and then get the hell out of here.
All right. So
We could fight Marienburg. That would make Midland like us. Who's this? Stonehorn tribe. Wonder where the Stonehorn tribe are. Maybe we could try and fight them to make Reichland like us. Which settlement? Karakazgaraz. What? 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 Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I've already done that. What? Yeah, we gotta take... Can we take Carrick Ziflin like straight away now? Has anyone played Scrag recently enough to know whether that works? I mean, I feel like I should be able to take it straight away, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. I mean, they've only got a few units. I really wish I'd have brought this lord in, though. Kind of a waste having him sitting there doing nothing. Doesn't look great, does it? Maybe we'll, if we siege them, they'll take attrition straight away, won't they?
Master of awful. Stride through the pain.
Good if you could transfer meat between different units.
Belong to me. Ogre slew a master.
You can cheese the fight with gorges, I think. If they commit to an area, you can bust the walls with your gorges and then march through to the objective. Okay. Well, I think that most of those problems with trying to get units to shoot should be fixed now by the sounds of it. I'm not sure if I want to try to cheese it with the gorges or if we want to like just wait and build up our forces more. I guess we can try and do the cheese. I'm not very confident with the cheesing though, because I'm not really that good at Warhammer 3. Because I've been playing more, mainly playing Warhammer 2 lately. you've got any more, if anyone's got any more information about how to successfully pull off this cheesing strategy, I'd be, I'd welcome some more assistance on that. But yeah, I'm guessing what we're trying to do is we're like put all the gorges over like fucking here or something. And then we set up all of our dudes over this side. And then yeah, we just fight them here and then they let our other gorges in there. Is that pretty much the gist of it? You can make a weird shooting blob since range touching doesn't matter now. Yeah, I know, yeah. Looks cool.
Guts out, boys.
I wonder if they'll hotfix it to change it.
Take it all.
Destroy walls, retreat, re-attack with holes in walls, and just run in and cut the TC. So, are you saying, like... So will this, if the gorges destroyed the walls here, will they be able to, will they still stay stealth, or will I have to, like, run away, get them to lose vision on them, and then come back in again, sort of thing? These guys have got stalk as well, right? So... Yeah, so do I just attack the walls and then run in, or do I need to attack the walls, like run away again, lose vision, and then go back in again, or something like that? And like we just attack a blob here.
Strike the slaughterer.
So basically just run into here and try and make a blob against the door there, so hopefully we won't get shot too much. And then meanwhile our gorges can just run over here and... Is it easier to attack the wall or the gate? Really gate, yeah?
Let's go, Noblars!
We've got reinforcements coming on here as well, which we have to watch out for, but hopefully we can get in here without taking too much damage. Once the gates go down though, we might get smashed a bit. Oh yeah, okay, you can blow the gate, we can blow the wall down with this, essentially.
This way!
This is what I was talking about. See how they're like, instead of like neatly coming out and then going around, they're kind of all smearing around the corner. So, so they haven't fixed it in all situations. Oh shit, he's getting wrecked. What happened there? Did we open the door or something? Oh yeah, he's through the door, right? So yeah, they're struggling to get through this fucking gate. Fuck.
These ogre mates! The more commands!
I wonder if we should try and attack these range units here. These come on yet?
Serve the ogres!
Okay, so their reserves have already come on.
them all that walks. I'll smell ya. Oh, yes. I bring my pot, dragging the cauldron, guided by hunger. Here we go!
I'm gonna get these guys to get away a little bit before we... Are they gonna discover me when I start capping the point?
Chopper of entrails!
Oh, those ranged guys got out of...
Where's me master?
Did they discover me? They did. Oh shit.
Voice of the Moor! The screaming hunger! Master of the meat pot! Hope here!
Okay, we're all invisible now.
Looking for him! All together! Butcher!
Ah!
Forever insatiable! Meat, meat, meat!
We're probably gonna get our army's about to get routed by the time we get in there.
Where's me master? Swarm together!
Maybe I should have stayed outside. Yeah, these archers are fucking us
The
up.
more calls!
They're
Off we
pushing
go!
it, pushing our.
On the move! Please, Ogre mates! Take it all! Swarm together!
See if we can pull these guys away from the point here. Maybe. Yeah, one of the enemy units like kind of randomly went near my stalking units and discovered them, as I wasn't kind of expecting.
Biggest in the tribe!
Hoping these guys are gonna like hold out. Maybe we should go back outside the walls and just kind of chill out here. Just need them to sort of survive a bit longer until we can get up there.
Take it all!
Yeah, right now I'm even more, your stream's got me through my chemo treatments. Oh, thanks, Shigoku. That's nice to know. I hope you're feeling a bit better now. Yeah, I'll just try and keep pulling them away with this unit here. Hopefully they don't take too much damage. We're going to get army losses in a second. It's...
Rampage! Helps the tribe! I'll smell ya! Looking for 'em! Servant of the Moor!
Hopefully as long as those two heroes remain, we'll be okay. Oh shit, these guys are getting far. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do awesomely. Yeah. Ooh. We're getting wrecked. Getting wrecked. I think we should be okay. Maybe. The points are getting up there. We can hide this guy somewhere where he can't get shot by towers somewhere. Maybe this guy can hide around here. Hopefully he won't get shot there. There's only one left. I don't know if he's going to live. If we win, he might live. This is visible now. Right. Alright, I think we nearly got this. Nah, that was rough. I'm sure we could have done that a lot. I'm sure we could have done that a lot smoother. But yeah, hopefully these gorges survived. I think that's more than 10%, so we should be good. Is 1.3 worth reinstalling Warhammer 3 for? Hey, Fantastic. Well, that's what we're here to find out, man. I only just been playing for like half an hour, so I still have to. The jury's still out on that one. But I think if you haven't played Warhammer 3 for a couple of weeks, then it's probably worth another go. Like I haven't played Warhammer 3 in about 2 weeks, so yeah, I was actually surprised because it's like my simple rule actually that I always forget, even though it's such a simple rule, is like just only play games that you want to play, you know? Only play it if you think it's going to be fun. And like I've been thinking I should play an Ikari campaign for a while. But every time I go to do it, I'm like, nah, I'd rather play, you know, Empire. I'd rather play Dwarfs, or I'd rather play some sort of, you know, Warhammer 2 campaign. But it was only just yesterday when I thought, oh, maybe I should play Ogres. And I'm like, yeah, Ogres would be fun. And then I actually wanted to play, you know, like, so I think it's just, that's like it's a very simple but an obvious thing. But yeah, just only play if you get excited about the campaign, you know. I feel like that's the same rule for like restarts and stuff like that too. Like even with like even like just say you're only playing Warhammer 2 and you're not playing anything else, sort of thing. Like and you look, then you go like you finish one campaign, and then you go to start another campaign. Like if you sort of think, oh, I should play this because I haven't played them in a while or something, then you'll like, you know, you'll like not really enjoy it. But if you actually get excited about it, Like basically, my sort of theory is that you shouldn't really play the game until you're excited about your next campaign. Like once you start thinking about, oh yeah, maybe play Empire, maybe I'll migrate to here, or maybe I'll focus on gunpowder units, or maybe I'll make an all knight army and rename the general Kurt Helborg and make it, make him the Reichsguard army or something. Whatever it is, like you get a Bone Crusher is actually pretty decent, isn't it? Give that a try. Yeah, whatever it is, you get an idea for a campaign that you want to play, and then once you're excited about that idea, then you play it. Like if you try and play a campaign idea when you're not really excited about it yet, then you won't have fun. Basically, pretty obvious, I know, but. Can we get another lord, or already recruited? Yeah, already recruited. Yeah. I should have. Yeah, I should have stopped. Should have recruited the first lord here and the second lord here, and then we would have had 2 lords basically here now. Yeah. It's a good rule and all, but I'll have 10 campaigns at once like I do now. Lol. No, that's fine. You can't not do an Empire Knight stack, full stack now led by her. You can't not do Empire Knight full stack led by Kurt Helborg now. What are you saying now that I've voiced it? Then my next campaign needs to be Empire All Cavalry. I wonder if Empire All Cavalry would be cool. I don't think All Cavalry would be cool, but I think like some sort of thing where you have to get some sort of rule where you do focus on cavalry would be interesting. What do I want to do here? I guess some tusks would be good. But I kind of want to do that. Or growth even. See how we go. Volkmar makes Empire Knights fun to use. Yeah, I agree. But you still can't recruit Empire Knights at the start. You have to build a separate cavalry building to get them, and blah blah blah. If you can, sometimes when you confederate, you get like, Gelt will have like Empire Knights or whatever, and you can get some from them or something like that. Or maybe not Gelt, but somebody somewhere. Alright, we'll wipe out the dwarves, and then we'll migrate, I reckon. I can't do more than one campaign at once. Once I stop one, I'll likely never go back to it. Yeah, exactly. It's all about suspension of disbelief and immersion and like connectedness and feeling like it matters. That's how it is for me. So that's why I reckon like you're always better off waiting, like maybe wait an extra couple of days before you start the campaign to let your like imagination kind of think about how cool it's going to be and all the things you're going to do and stuff like that. And then when you get into it, like just you fully immerse yourself in that campaign and all of your forecasts for what might happen in the future and the different strats that you want to employ and all that. And
Skaven warlord.
And yeah, but then it's if you go with that, if you give into that grass is always greener thing and try a different campaign, then yeah, it invariably kind of ruins the suspension of disbelief and just kind of pulls you out of that campaign that you're immersed in. And then yeah, like I'm the same, you just basically never go back to it, I find.
Slaughtermaster, the great Moor Burgate.
Alright, we go to there. Hop in and camp. Get some more ogres, my lord. Alright, finally they're going to catch up. They can get some XP. They could have been involved in the last battle as well, which would have been good, but... Farter. These traits are so shit. Like farter, what the fuck? It's so useless. Especially when there's fleet-footed that gives you 15% speed, and then there's this guy that gets farter 4% speed. Like, it was 4% speed for the whole army or something. That'd be pretty cool. But like, just, you know, when this guy's got fleet-footed and then this guy's got farter, like, what the fuck? That's bullshit. Outrageous. Maybe we'll get one. Get one beast one just for funsies. How far off are we on the Noblars? One turn. Okay.
It hungers.
Wolfheart Supply gets you Empire Knights early? Yeah, but that doesn't... Then you don't have the Volkmar buffs to it. I don't think I would use Empire Knights unless I was playing Volkmar.
The more.
And even if I was playing Volkmar, I wouldn't use them probably. But yeah, I wouldn't mind going like Empire Knights and Free Company. Free Company are pretty awesome with Volkmar as well. All right, now we're cooking with gas. We got our first camp. We're ready to rock and roll. Oh yeah, are there any technologies that we should be getting as ogres? Not technologies, ancillaries.
Ogre slew a master. Feed them to them. They will become the magic of me. Ogres, stomp on. Carve
Right, get these other ogres in here. Get us some more chances to get magic item drops.
Master. Stride through the pain. Never. Crack bone.
Auto resolve loses us some ogres and some dogs. I'm tempted to just take that auto resolve, eh? Yeah. Okay, this is lazy. Let's see what the auto resolve looks like these days. Auto resolve is pretty rough still. I mean, it did say medium though, so you gotta kind of expect that you're gonna lose some stuff. No, the auto resolve seemed okay. It wasn't too devastating. Alright, Ziflin's destroyed. Now, I wonder if we can give anything to Rackland.
I will hear your petition, but make no promises to act on it.
I don't want to raise Blackstone Tower. If we can. Lion Kitties? Yeah, Lion Kitties could be good. Those are not dogs, dude. Yeah, we'll get some Noblar scrap, Noblar, we'll get some Noblar trappers soon, and then we'll be able to see you'll be able to see how the stacking range thing works. I don't know, all this sort of crap.
The Moor's red right hand. Warriors today, ingredients tomorrow. They serve, or they'll be served.
Alright, yeah, we can afford that, I think. Land kitties. Indeed. We really don't need quite this many lords. Oh, I got some more items, that's good.
Meat ritual. Master butcher.
Yeah, we'll get rid of this guy.
Bring the ingredients. Prophet of the Great Moor.
We get replenish.
Protected by the ever-hungry mouth.
Lots of replenish could be good. But we got after battle replenishment anyway, so it's not that big of a deal.
I can serve you better, Great Moor.
I don't really want these ogre bulls, I don't think, but we'll keep them for now because might need them. Alright, migration time. Like I should really be dropping my camp straight away so that we can get so we can start pumping it up. But I kind of wanted to migrate first. We can wait, if we wait like 3 or 4 turns, then we can set up like over here somewhere and it'd be cooler, I reckon. I don't know, maybe it's a bit stupid. Yeah, I think we'll go to the camp growth in enemy territory method.
The Godmouth rewards its servants.
Oh, I should have moved these 2 guys back. That's... Oh yeah, was any good red line, any particularly interesting red line buffs for ogres?
Scrag, slaughter, servant. Consume. No good meat there. Move. Ogre slaughter master.
Income 50, yeah, that's pretty shit. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna abandon this and just migrate. Just for fun. I gave a settlement to the Skaven and ally with them. It was good, a shield from the Wood Elves. Actually, yeah, fuck it, let's do that.
Want trip to Skaven Blight? Could be arranged.
Which one?
Yes, yes.
Blackstone Tower is the one I want. Give them. What's Carrick Ziflin? Where's that? Oh, that's weird. Wondering if Ogres is the most charismatic faction of Warhammer 3? Yeah, I would say that is correct.
Yes, so.
Most notable Ogre red line upgrade was increase of speed to missile units and missile resistance to melee guys. Ah, okay, nice. Yeah, I saw the missile resistance for the man-eaters, but It wasn't really enough for me to be interested in using man-eaters, I don't think.
My coupon awaits.
Where are we? Red line. Yeah, here. So... yeah, missile resistance for man-eaters, gorges, and giant units. I guess the missile resistance for gorges is pretty relevant for Scrag. I don't know if you would use the gorges really still for, you know, other units. Speed for Mournfang cavalry and crushers is good. Speed for Nublars, lead belchers. Oh yeah, I want to get some lead belchers as well at some point. Armor and weapon strength for Iron Guts, I think, is the same. Will they still have Ogre Camps Mercs in Warhammer 3 like they did in Warhammer 2? No, I don't think they will, Jeremiah. I think we've already seen the mechanic for that. It's just like, whenever there's an Ogre Camp that's not your enemy, you can just recruit Ogre Mercenaries from them. Oh yeah, did they fix the Ogre Mercenaries yet? So you can actually recruit the other units and not just Ogre Bulls and shit? Because there was a bug where you could only recruit Ogre Bulls as mercenaries, but I think somebody said it was a bug, but you were supposed to actually be able to recruit like all their units. I don't know if they fixed it or if that was actually a bug or what the story was. Yeah, but like when Warhammer 3 first came out, you could only recruit Ogre Bulls. But aren't you supposed to be able to recruit other Ogre units? Because if you only recruit Ogre Bulls as mercenaries, then it's sort of... I mean, it's okay. It's still kind of useful sometimes. But like, it doesn't really make any sense. And like man-eater units, for example, like, you know, should be able to be recruited as mercenaries the same as they can in Warhammer 2. But for some reason, you can only recruit the Ogre Bulls. You can't even outpost recruit their other units? Oh, really? I thought somebody said that you could outpost recruit them. I never actually did it, though.
More. God, my guts. Butcher in chief. Seeking ingredients.
Alright, so we got 12 units of Noblars there, so we need to keep 8 units here.
Are they fit to serve the Godmouth?
I guess we could keep a couple extra units.
Did I hunger enough?
Oh, actually, it's only 9, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. 9 plus 10 is 19. Okay, cool. So I actually deleted an extra unit that I didn't need to. That's alright. We'll replace him with a hero or something later on. So yeah, I've wasted a few turns already not getting growth on my camps, but that's okay. I think like later on we'll have more camp growth and stuff, so it'll, you know, we'll catch up faster anyway, I think. Should be alright. I wonder if Reichland's gonna get pissed off because we just like all like wander through their wander through their lands. Alright, so we've got our stacked Noblar army now. Actually, we can get rid of the excess armies. And we'll just pop them back out again once we actually want to use them. That saves us a bit of money. Alright, we're on migration. We're on the migration path now. 300, what's this worth? 600, yeah. If we can get rid of those again by the time... Get rid of these again later on. And we can slowly give all these settlements to the Skaven. Actually, we can just do it fast as well, actually, can't we? Let's do it now. We'll give them...
I deal barter in warpstone or slaves. You better have one or both.
Actually, no, we'll wait a bit longer. Wait a bit longer because we'll get more income and we'll have this bonus here as well. There's a lot of viewers today. Oh, really? How many we got today? Well, 100 people. Hey, welcome everybody. If you want to subscribe to my channel, I do videos about exploits and strategies for Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3. I haven't been able to put out many videos lately, but I've got a few interesting ones in my old catalog for Warhammer 2, and I'm planning on doing some more as time goes on, as we find out new technologies to use in Warhammer 3. We won't kill Carp Runs. I know he's like basically asking for it. We're on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, which is the Trinity of cities here. Hey, Inventor. The migration, we're just going to here. It's my favorite little spot in the map so far. I'm not here for no exploits. I'm here for the sweet, soothing voice. No worries. I'll try to what is it? ASMR? ASMR it up for you. Will you be doing any more Battlefleet or Chaos Gate? Hey Benjamin, I'll definitely do more Chaos Gate if a DLC comes out. But I wouldn't mind lick the mic, yeah. How do you do it? It's like just do like weird noises and shit. Sorry, I won't do that anymore. Sorry. Non-aggression pact. Yeah. Sure. I got recommended the weirdest ASMR yesterday. It was just somebody reciting Polish history. Nice. Alright. We're getting close to camping. Getting close to our camping now. Nuln. Hergig, yeah. So it's Hergig, Talabheim, and Nuln. That's where we're on a camp. Must butcher. Must go. Must go. Who is this guy? Who's this bastard? Beastmaster. Sewer Cathay. Okay. Interesting. Maybe we can confederate him later on or something. Start doing lore videos and become a full Warhammer YouTuber. Hey Benjamin, I'm kind of already a full Warhammer YouTuber, but I don't do Warhammer lore videos. I just do Warhammer games and stuff. I am really interested in Warhammer lore, but I'm more interested in it, like absorbing it than I am in about making content about it, if you know what I mean. Like I'd rather like watch other people's lore videos. I mean, I don't know. I guess if there was something I really was passionate about and I thought there was nobody else that made a video about it or something. I've done a couple of little, yeah, anyway. That's, yeah, maybe. Bristol Valley? That's really far away. Fuck it. Oh, that's fine. Zoop. What's his trait? Tactician. Yeah, that's a pretty crap trait. Fire bellies are really cool. Look how awesome these models are. They look so amazing. The change in spells no longer versus physical resist mind-boggling me so much, and here I was wondering why I don't do damage to demons. Yeah, I know. I was like, I didn't even know that that was a thing. Well, I'm glad they fixed it though. That was yeah, that was pretty silly that physical resistance worked against magic. But they figured it out. Okay, now I think I want to attack Known first. So I'm thinking maybe we should put
the Moor sends me. Great Moor's directive. Move.
like maybe I should put a camp here. Oh shit, I'm meaning to like browse it, you know, not just plant it immediately, but oh well, fuck it, it's down now. It's in Known, right? So we could put one here.
It goes. It always goes.
Yeah, no, I didn't fucking want it there actually.
It cools.
It's annoying.
I bring meat. Scrag, slaughter, sermon. Onward to the Moor. No hesitation, no rest. Ogre tyrant. Prophet of the great Moor.
Now, since we've put it down now,
I go.
we'll may as well put all our units in there for one turn, just to let them
Any challenger.
just to let them be cheaper.
Soon
And
begin.
get rid of one unit of Noblars, maybe?
I won't keep anyone who might challenge me.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, gunpowder units. I wonder if like a full pile of Streltsy would be... Oh man, how cool would it be with Kislev? Like a full pile of Streltsy just on top of each other. I feel like that's going to get patched out pretty fast, because imagine what it's going to be like in multiplayer. It'd be crazy. I want to take out this army, but I'm not sure how we can do that. We might need to go back and take out this minor settlement first. Wonder if it applies to artillery. Yeah, I know. How crazy would that be? New contracts are available. Okay, here we go. So, wait up. Where's the magic items?
I'm the boss. Got
What the
it?
fuck? It said that we were going to get magic items. Man. Oh well. Talbot Clan wants us to get rid of those guys. Pick a dwarf. Eliminate the following character, Emil von Corden. What race is he? Is he Well, not sure if I want to do any of these. I'll take that one, I guess. But yeah, I thought we were going to get magic, I think it can be food. I think they said it can be food. I think you always get the money. The money's separate. But I think you get food, magic item, or something else. It was. Let me just check back on us now. Again. O Kingdoms. Campaign, O Kingdoms rewards, blah blah. Meat, growth from camps, or a rare magic item. So yeah, so apparently this could have been meat, growth for camps, or a magic item, and we got meat. So I don't know if that's bugged or if we were just unlucky or what, but yeah. That's okay. We'll just take a random one, doesn't matter. So yeah, that, just like I said with the previous ones, don't care about that mission, not going to bother trying to go out of my way to do it. It's just irrelevant, you know. The magic item is the magic item is the only thing that makes the contracts useful or interesting, I reckon. Like, I mean, the growth for camps or the meat, you know, could be good, but like, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not like game-changing thing that you're going to go out of your way to do, generally. All right. So this camp, it cost us 2,000 gold, but it saved us like 1,000 gold of upkeep. So, you know, it was kind of pretty cheap. Yeah, it cost us 1,400. It saved us like 1,400, I think, in upkeep. Plus, we got a free unit of ogre bulls that would have normally cost us. I don't even know how much ogre bulls would cost us. But, you know, I don't know, whatever, 500 or something. So basically the camp paid for itself is what I'm saying. And it's also going to do an extra thing of these guys are going to come out and attack it. And then we can hopefully gank them on the open field. Maybe. I'm going to try and stack this for starters. Yeah, we'll stack this for starters. Just make sure. Are these guys at war with? No, they're not at war with anyone. Alright, let's get this party started. Alright, minor settlement battles. Give it a try. Oh, we only got 4 food. Oh man. Our food's going down quick. Well, we better save our food this time. I'm going to use a mod for ogre contracts. Fat stack of gold. I love the mod community. Yeah, I love the mod community too, although I don't actually use mods, but yeah. I understand why they tripled the minimum gold and doubled the reward, but honestly, they could have put it 10 times and it would have been, they could have made it times 10 and it would have been fine. Yeah, that's right. I feel like they need to make the contracts better, but maybe they'll get better as they go on. In my experience, the real problem with contracts isn't the rewards, it's just that they're super inconvenient. Well, you get to choose between 3 different ones, and I think that part of it's okay. Like, I find the choosing interesting. I'm like, oh, I could go there, or maybe I want to get positive relations with this faction, or maybe I'm gonna go there anyway, so I'll probably get that one on the way there. You know, that part of it's interesting to me, but the rewards are just like, you know, they're not, the rewards don't make it so that you would go out of your way to do it. So I feel like it's, yeah, I feel like the inconvenient, like, I feel like the choosing is fine. The choosing is cool, and that's an interesting mechanic to interact with, deciding which contract you want to go for. But the rewards are just, like, you don't care about the rewards generally. They just don't matter very often. Like, just then, out of those 3, none of those rewards mattered. I didn't care in the slightest. It was just whatever, you know? But if any of them had a magic item reward, particularly if it tells you what the item reward is and it's a good item, then, or actually even better if it didn't tell you what the magic item is, because then you'll definitely want to get it, because your imagination will be like, oh, it could be like the best thing ever, you know. Yeah, so if they make it so there's a chance of a magic item every single one, then you would go out of your way to do them so you can try and get the magic items, you know what I mean? But yeah, oh well, maybe they'll come around to it in the end. All right, how do we do sieges with our new Noblar attack force? They're not going to have any AoE towers, are they? Where do I even like to attack from here? I think... well, we can stealth attack them anyway, so... where's a good way to go? Yeah, I feel like this is pretty good. Fuck it, let's just go here.
When do we eat?
We need to get stealth for our other guys. Alright, cool. And then you guys can just go over the other side somewhere. Yeah, you guys can go over here or something. You guys run around that side, and while you're doing that, we'll just take the settlement with these guys. It's more the level of reward versus the level of inconvenience. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you need to have a reward that's, and it's about incentivizing. You know, you need to incentivize the players to want to do the missions. If there's not an incentive to do the missions, then people won't do them. You know, or they'll only do them if it doesn't cost them anything at all. You know, but if there's any sort of cost in terms of time or danger or resources, then yeah, it has to be an incentive that's worth more than that. And that's where I think that just having a chance of a magic item is a good one, because the chance of a magic item, it could only be like a 30% chance of having a magic item or less even, you know, and the magic item, it could be random across all magic items. So like maybe 50% of them are crap items that you wouldn't bother going for if you knew what the item was. But if you make it a chance for a random item that you don't know, then, you know what I mean? Like, even though the actual value of that incentive is actually very low, the perceived value to the average player, like me, is very high. Because, you know, like if I have a chance of getting a magic item, like mentally, I'm like, I'm going to get the Armor of Destiny. I have to do this quest. It could be the Armor of Destiny, you know? And like, so I will be incentivized as if it is the best possible item in the game, you know, maybe not literally, but you know what I mean? I'll be incentivized as if I'm possibly going to get the best item in the game, even though I'm actually going to get nothing or probably a shit item, you know? So I feel like that would be the way to go. That way it's not unbalanced, because you actually don't really get anything very good, but it's highly incentive because it's a good magic item potentially. You know? I don't know. That's what I would do anyway. I want to read this comment because it's super negative, but it's super sort of funny as well. All right, this is not reflecting my personal views, but Richard said, learning nothing is kind of an improvement for CA. They actually had negative learning from player dislike of the Vortex campaign. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, being like really sarcastic and cynical about CA is, I don't know, I feel like it's a bit unhelpful in a way, but it is kind of funny sometimes. But it's like, it's a bit of a low, it's sort of like a bit of a low form of humor, you know what I mean? It's like, it's just like taking easy shots, you know? But yeah, I think that is actually, there's some truth to it. That's sort of why Richard said it. But yeah, like, yeah, I think there is some truth to it. I mean, you know, people have kind of said, look, we want a sandbox experience. And you know, the people didn't like that the Vortex was not as sandboxy as it could have been, and then the Realm of Chaos campaign is like heaps less sandboxy than Vortex. So it sort of almost does seem like they you know, they learnt in reverse, so they got worse, you know. But I don't know. I feel like it's like it's not really like that. Like, oh yeah, let's try out this infinite range damage thing.
Where's me master? This way! This way! All together! Here we go! Anything for the boss!
No, I don't think we're gonna make it.
I ain't no gobbo!
Actually, that'll do it. Yeah, shooting. We're shooting? Why are none of us shooting? They're drilling pretty hard. But yeah, so you can see this one is getting blocked by something a little bit. Look, like how they're all piled on top of each other. Normally they would all be getting blocked, but instead they just evaporated that unit pretty much really fast. So that was pretty cool.
Serve the Ogres! Find them and kill them! Where's the meat? I ain't no gobbo! Jawfin! Here we go! Where's the meat? Looking for 'em. We's ogre mates. Serve the ogres. I'll smell ya. We's ogre mates. Ah! Where's me master? All together. All together. Looking for him. Off we go. When do we eat? I'll smell ya. This way.
Why is he getting all fucked up? Oh. Wait, who's this guy see?
I ain't no gobbo.
Why aren't they?
Killing time.
Okay, we'll just do like that.
Nasty plan.
Oh, they're all spreading out. Let's spread out. Just shoot them. Noblars instead of Skelly Blob? Yeah, Nob Blob. Indeed.
Fresh meat.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of alright. Like, it doesn't, I don't know. Does it seem super overpowered to you guys? I feel like it just sort of seems like how it should work, in a way. Like, I feel like all my archers just should be able to shoot like that. I mean, I guess it sort of doesn't make sense, like they should get in each other's way, but I mean, when they get in each other's way, it's super annoying, like it doesn't feel good, you know? Whereas if they just all shoot, it feels just really good. Like, you want all your archers to shoot. It might actually be worse for the AI, like, it might actually be every model can shoot in that blob. Yeah, see down here, all of their arrows are all white. There's normally they'd be all orange because they'd be all blocking each other. Yeah, guns is gonna be brutal because guns is all about that like alpha strike, you know, of shooting. Like as soon as something gets into range, every gun just goes blam and just drills it. But if you have like 10 units of guns on top of each other, it's just gonna be like, it's just gonna be like mega blam. Yeah, I want to do the same thing but with ogres. Finally, I've wanted this series Warhammer 2. Yeah, I think it's actually kind of cool, isn't it? The only thing is, like, I feel like it's going to be dangerous with the enemy, because if you're like wasting ammo, basically, like with, you know, you're pulling their archers, like just say they've got an archer line, and once they activate, well, it depends how the AI works, but you know, you might like have a unit of cavalry or something and using the cavalry to waste ammo, and you pull their archers to one side, then the archers that are like, if there's a line of archers like that, the archers that are already here, they will just keep shooting if your cavalry goes over here, but the archers that are over this side, they will kind of go around like that to like get in range of the cavalry, and then if you move back over this way, these ones that are already moved there will stay there, but then these ones will move there like that, and then eventually you just keep moving back and forth, and you can get all their line to just make a big blob of archers sometimes, and that would then mean that they would do hardly any damage because they'd all be blocking each other and shit. But now they won't. Like the AI will be able to still do massive damage with its Death Star blob of archers and shit. So I don't know, it could be like dangerous for the dangerous, you know, because of the AI being dangerous to us as well. I wonder if I should like keep this alive. We'll loot and occupy.
For you, great
World Swallower. Nice. Okay.
I'll eat this whole stinking world.
I'll eat this whole stinking world. Alright. So yeah, that's we'll recruit our lords again. So Scrags army is not costing any food as long as this stays all around, but... Oh, we only get 7 food out of that. Didn't I just put... What? But, oh. Because I sacked the thing. I sacked it. Shouldn't I have gotten food out of that? Why? You have to fight field battles to get good food. Is it like the Nurgle? It's like the Nurgle thing, how you get rorted on the food. And no, how you get rorted on the infections if you fight a siege battle. Does in camp stance give you food reduction or anything? No. How much food's this guy got? He's got 50. Alright, we'll give him the army. That way, if the known camp gets taken out, which I assume it will get taken out, then he can use his 50 food to feed the army. Yeah, now hopefully these guys are going to come out and like stay out, but they probably won't. Looks like the missile meta got a buff then. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Okay, so nothing I can really do here. Look how much damage he did. What a boss. Okay, it looks like they stayed outside the settlement. That's cool.
It calls. Emissary of the moon.
Okay, we're in range to get the attack on him. So, hopefully he won't retreat and we can actually get the attack. Be ideal. Can you test out the overlapping units also count as being in the same unit in melee? Hey Sven, overlapping units in melee don't get like a penalty. They don't get like you can't get obstructed in melee, so there's no, doesn't affect melee. Fuck off.
The great maw, the comet scar.
Yeah, well, I guess there's nothing to be done about it. How come he's only got 1 food? Oh, he's got 23 food right down here.
Meat ritual.
How much money we got?
I'm in charge at last. I'm the boss. Got it? More. God, my guts. The more sends me. Ogre tyrant.
Alright, hopefully next turn we should be good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, I was just going to quickly have a quick check and see at the Ultimate Ancillary Guide and just see if there's anything that we should be looking for. I don't think that there is, but I'll just I'll have a quick look anyway. So this is Ultimate Ancillary Guide for Warhammer 3. if anyone wants to bookmark it. If you don't already know about the Ultimate Ancillary Guide, I highly recommend that you check it out for the Warhammer 2 factions. The Warhammer 3 factions don't really have very many good ancillaries yet, but maybe they'll get tweaked a little bit. But yeah, this is basically this guy's Specific. So shout out to Specific for this awesome guide that he keeps updated. I'm sure it takes a lot of work to keep it updated. Every time a new patch comes out or whatever, he always keeps it updated really fast. So really awesome. So yeah, these are all the followers and how you get them, right? Now I can't think. So if there's anything that's good. Growth, you can stack growth, so that's a pretty good one. If you rank up in a region with less than 10 provincial growth per turn, so you can sort of farm these as well a little bit. You can get them on heroes as well. So if you have a stack that's got a lot of heroes in it, and you can rank up in growths with regions with bad growth. Trying to think of anything else that's good here. Diplomatic relations with Cathay. That one's interesting. Plus 10 relations with Cathay if you reinforce them in battle. Income from all buildings, local region. Win battle and have negative income. Okay, that's pretty good. So Noblar Treasurer. Income from all buildings plus 10 local region. Only the Lord can get it. You got a 40% chance to win a battle every time you win a battle with negative income. So if we try and have negative income all the time, we can stack up a few of these, and you can put them on heroes. That blue symbol there means you can equip it on a hero. So if you had a full stack of like 20 heroes or something, you could put these on everyone in the whole army and have like plus 200 income, and then sit that in like an income province or whatever. But I don't know, you don't really get that much income from your regions as ogres, so it's probably not really that good unless you can get something that's got a really good landmark, that gives you heaps of money. Treasury reward from contracts, don't care about the money, so that's irrelevant. Upkeep minus 20% for crusher units in Lord Army. That's not bad if you're using crushers, but you don't really need to worry about it, because if you would want this if you were going to use a lot of crushers, and if you had a lot of crushers in your army, just every time you win a battle, you got a 10% chance of getting it, so you'll just get it anyway. You don't really need to farm it. Casualties post battle, 40% Lord. Win a battle against any kind of spiders and you extra casualty replenishment, casualties captured. And this one, Yeti Wrangler plus 7% movement range. That one's really good. You definitely want to get that, but again, you can't really farm it. You're just going to get it. You have a 3% chance every time you fight a battle. So yeah, so in summary, there's basically no ancillaries that are worth farming or worrying about really for ogres. You just get whatever you get randomly and just make the best of it, I guess, is basically the gist of it. But for other factions, there's definitely ones that are really good. I've got a couple of videos about best ones to farm for dwarfs, best ones to farm for Empire, and I think I did another one for like High Elves or something. Or yeah, I think it was High Elves. Anyway, all right. I just wanted to double check, but yeah, no, there's no real ancillaries that we need to worry about. So that's done. Crap! I could have moved him closer. Hey, Jesus. Your thoughts on Norska and Lizardmen repositioning? Yeah, no, nothing in particular. I heard the Norska one was basically very minimal. They just moved Wolfric a little bit.
We shall shower in treasures. Time to move.
All right. Do you reckon we can take this army out with our force? I don't know. These fucking mortars look pretty hectic.
Always hungry.
Norskas are still in Norska, working as intended. Yeah. And then, whatever. And Lizardman, yeah, I feel like it was just nothing too exciting. Nothing unexpected, you know. I think, should I just fight this battle? I just fight it. Fuck it. Just hope for the best. I mean, I should really ambush.
Slaughtermaster. Conceal your mace. The Great War's command. Guided by me. The meat must not see us.
The meat must not see us.
Seeking ingredients.
Yeah, alright, let's see. Maybe we should go for the ambush. Because...
Forgive me.
Um...
I bring meat.
I feel like if we pull them out and fight them on the field, if we ambush them there, then the garrison will be in the fight as well. It'll be a bit of a tough fight, but at least we won't have to deal with the walls, and might be better. If they don't come out, we're definitely gonna have to fight next turn because we've got no money left. Is this good?
The magic of meat. Eternal.
Let's see what happens. Have you tried Oxyodal Migration Campaign? Yeah, every time I play Oxyodal, I try and migrate somewhere. Keep the Northern Province, but expand when else. Yeah, basically, I like to try to go to Sylvania. Sylvania is one of my favorite places. Faction declared war on you, Rockland. Oh, man. Alright, now would be a good time. We got the ambush. And we got everyone in the fight by the looks of it. So we got Moobs, Nuln Camp, Blout, and Scrag. Yeah, we got every single person, every single army in the fight. That's good. Good speed onto, I don't know, one of these guys, I guess. Okay, this ambush is good because then we can ambush the artillery. Oh yeah, because the ambush was successful, that means that they don't get to bring in their garrison. But Sylvania, I've tried Lustria or Snickich's start positions. Oh really? Snickich's start position's pretty good, right over in the side of the map, back to the wall, pretty safe. But Sylvania is cool because it's got those. I love it because it's got those four capitals, four capitals that go to tier 5, all basically within two things of movement of each other, and also excuse me. Oh no, you've got those ambush buildings that you can build, and also it's like quite close to quite close to everything, you know, which I think is really cool. Oh man, I don't know if these guys are gonna like. I want to make my Noblar destroy a Death Star again. We'll try this out anyway.
When do we eat? Take it all! Serve the Ogres!
So yeah, we like really need to take out these mortars like immediately, because if they shoot our blob, it's gonna be, you know, a nightmare. It's gonna be all over. But apart from that, it'll be a bit of fun.
The meat hook is ready. Ah! When do we eat? I feel the hunger. No speeches, only cleaving. Meat and death. Where's me master?
I know my Doomstack can't
Come on.
shoot anything. Get in there.
I'll do. The Slaughtermaster. Feed the ball. Leader of butchers.
Doom arrows.
Take it all.
Fire! At least they're not taking much damage because it's all getting spread between all their units.
Meat harvester.
This guy's shooting now?
I'll smell ya.
Check out, they're doing it to me as well. They're stacking up all their ranged as well. No, here we go. Alright, we're starting to melt them now.
Ogre butcher.
We need to start getting some units around the back of them so that we can catch their runners. Yeah, these guys.
Hungry. Kill everything. Run for it. Guns out,
Alright, we
boy.
need to... Okay, we lost some...
Butchery. These ogre mates.
We're shooting our own guys more than anything. I wonder if, that question about the melee units that I was wondering, like, so your melee units can't obstruct melee units because melee units don't need line of sight, right? But I'm not sure if maybe melee units will obstruct your ranged units. Maybe the ranged unit, like, you know, the ranged unit being able to shoot counters their own units only applies ranged unit to ranged unit, not ranged unit to melee unit.
Munch 'em. I'll smell ya.
Maybe that was what you meant.
Meal time. Overwhelm 'em. Gnawing hunger. Guide me. Butcher 'em. Me! Crunch their skulls! Yoblars! Killing time! Soaked in entrails! Call of the Maw!
Okay, we can use slows. Ah, fuck, I missed. I was gonna say you can use slows on enemy units in Warhammer
Take it all!
3,
Yeah!
which we couldn't do before.
Chop and clave! These ogre mates! Alright! Consider it done! On it!
Just gonna try and destroy as much of this stuff as we can because we're gonna have to fight it straight away after this. Sadly, this will probably be fixed before I get to try my organ gun blob. Yeah, probably. It'll probably be changed slightly. Let us now observe and see a nippiness in the blood, then breaking range units entirely so they shoot as if they were docked, but all the time. Yeah, maybe. Why are you being so negative, Dash Dash? Maybe they'll just tweak it slightly and it'll work like how we want it to work, which is, you know, what you would hope. Hey, Renia. Hey, Sibelius. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad, really. I mean, I think it's not great, because, yeah, like, it just allows, like, especially in multiplayer, it, like, allows you to put, like, 10 units into space. Like, because normally in multiplayer, I learned from my brief little experience with it, if you have more than, like, four units of, if you have more than 4 ranged units in a multiplayer battle, like a land battle, then you need kind of, like, at least as many, if not probably 50% more melee units to protect your ranged units. Like if you've got like 4 melee units, I mean if you've got 4 ranged units, you probably need like 8 melee units to defend them so that those 4 ranged units can shoot. Yeah, but with this change, that means that you could have like 16 ranged units stacked on top of each other and then just have 4 melee units surrounding them, because they'll only take up 1 space, you know? So it's pretty broken in that way. But yeah, it's not as bad on the trappers, but with stuff like crane gunners, it's absurd. Well, crane gunners can already alpha strike stuff anyway, because they've got extremely long range. So I don't know. Like, I think it's actually kind of, I don't know. I'm not really sure what it's better with. Like, why is it better with crane gunners? You know what I mean? Like, because with crane gunners, like, if you have like 10 crane gunners, then anything that comes near them, they can shoot it from across the map anyway. Like, stacking the crane gunners on top of each other doesn't really make that much difference. And you could already I don't know. Crane gunners are extremely fussy about line of sight. But yeah, I mean, why they shouldn't, you know, they're in loose formation, so they're difficult to defend. Yeah. No, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the cool thing to do with it. Have a long range unit like crane gunners, make a Death Star, put 4 melee units around it to give it some armor, and then away you go. Isn't the mostly terrain-based line of sight problems with crane gunners? Yeah, it's sort of a weird change, this one. I'm not sure why they even did it. I feel like what they should do, or what they maybe would like to do, is make it so that only models that are actually near each other interrupt. Like, so like if you have like 2 units like this and they're just a little bit overlapped, then just these little bit of overlapped units here will be obstructed, but you still have like 90% damage from each of the 2 units. I feel like, you know, because like currently I feel like if they get like a little bit obstructed, then the whole unit just turns into like hardly shooting at all kind of mode, which kind of sucks.
Strike, soldier, servant. Freedom. Into my meat cauldron.
My meat cauldron. It sounds kind of gross, doesn't it? Like, what's he talking about? Does he mean a cauldron of meat, or does he mean something really gross?
Ogre slew a master. Master butcher. I treasure much flavors. be a neat ritual. We rest,
Right.
feast, crack bone, tear flesh. They will become awful.
Rain Gobbler, Toothcracker. What's Toothcracker again? Armor, missile resistance, vector in an AoE. Yeah, armor, that's pretty good, but it's a bit expensive. Rain Gobbler's pretty cheap, so I might go for Rain Gobbler. Actually, what do we got? What do we got up here? Yeah. I want them. I want them spells.
Thank you for this gift, my more. I will butcher you slowly.
Yeah, I want to get some Iron Guts and
I will not obey.
not Iron Guts, Lead Belchers and see if if it's fun with Lead Belchers.
Sigma forbids this. More.
I don't really remember noticing Lead Belchers being that like hugely
It will harvest so many ingredients. This will assist my recipe.
I didn't really remember noticing Lead Belchers being that much hugely obstructed or anything before, but crushing defeat, hey? Seems pretty harsh. Alright, let's see. Level up Amber Spear and see if you can cast it from your blob. Won't that just rip through my blob and kill heaps and heaps of my dudes, Dash Dash? I feel like you're trying to trick me. Love to play dwarfs in this patch. Yeah, I know. Imagine having like a heap of like flame, a heap of iron drakes stacked on top of each other, or a heap of thunderers. Would be nice. Check out this map, man. Imagine if you only could take, imagine if you had to take that last, like that last one. It's such a like weird, like it's so weird how this thing, the tickets work, how if you control, so like, see how you get 5 tickets for holding the Victory Plaza and 2 for holding the key building. So to me that means that if the defender holds the Victory Location Plaza, then then they should be getting 5 per turn, and the other team should be getting 2 per turn, which means that it'll just stay like the attacker will never win, basically. But it's not like that. Should we do try and do another stealth mission? Or should we just kill him? Can't stealth this Siddles. We can't stealth it? Why can't I stealth it? I feel like I should be able to stealth it. Seems like flamers can now roast your own units. Definitely good. I feel like flamers could always rest your own units, couldn't they?
Serve the Ogres!
Don't know about all this. Might be a bit rough.
Scrag the Slaughterer!
Guess we'll just...
The more commands!
We're gonna take some casualties. A shout.
That'll do!
We won't take too much damage here.
The screaming hunger! Scrag the Slaughterer!
Oh, we got vision.
The more commands!
Wonder if we can get in here and start. Probably gonna be really bad. Who's got vision on us here? Did they get vision on us through the... How did they get vision on these guys? It was just because I attacked the door? Seems like attacking the door gets them to see me. It's not cool.
I ain't no gobbo! This way! When do we eat? Oh more! The god mouth arises! Relentless hunger!
Yeah, I don't think this is really working. I might have to just pull back to rely on our stealth attacks.
Dragging the cauldron, I bring my pot. This way! Rampage this way!
I think we're gonna take some hectic casualties.
Feed the ball! I'll smell ya! Here we go! Serve the Ogres! Find them and kill them!
Yeah, something like that. See if that works out.
Leg it! The point is lost. Forgive me, oh God now. Forever!
Why is he not coming out? Oh, he's... Shit.
Biggest in the tribe. Lunch 'em.
I think he's gonna get out. Hopefully he'll live.
Helps the tribe. Find them and kill them. It is ours. It is the Moors. Servant of the Moor. I smell meat.
Alright, cool. Looks like we've stopped all our guys from dying. So that's good.
Where's me master? Where's the meat? The more that walks. Me slaughter. The more.
Hey Bacoma, how you going, man? Have you got any idea about movement exploit legend told with full movement restored? No, sorry man, I don't really like movement exploits. I feel like they break the game a bit too much, you know, and they make it not fun. I mean, I'm still interested to learn them just so I know how they work and stuff, but like in the past, you know, I've like the first movement exploit that I found out about, I think I learned it from Linksy or someone, and I showed it off in the Calidor migration video for Imric, but like, and I got excited about it for a day or like maybe a week or a few weeks or something, you know, like I don't know, I can't remember. I used it a few times, like in a few games, but then I don't know, I just had like a bit of an epiphany or something one day, and it was just like, yeah, this sucks. It just makes the game shit, and then I just never used it again. Yeah, so I feel like that's kind of how I feel about movement exploits. Like, I don't know, like, for me, exploits are not really about winning the game. Like, you know, they're about letting you do fun stuff that you can't otherwise do, you know? So yeah, I think if I wanted to do some sort of particular migration or setup or something, and it required me to do a movement exploit or something, maybe I would do it, but I don't know. I feel like most of the time if I do stuff like that, I feel like it taints the game, and then I just lose interest in the whole campaign, you know? If we wanted the game to be too easy, we wouldn't select legendary difficulty. Yeah, that's kind of it, yeah. I mean, having said that, I do use like a variety of other exploits that make the game heaps easier, you know? But yeah, like just not that one, I guess. But yeah, no, I don't. But but the short answer is no, I don't know which exploit you're talking about. I know 3 or 4 different movement exploits for Warhammer 3. I assume it's one of those that you're talking about, but I'm not sure which one exactly.
Boss says so. Sure thing. Yoblars. Hungry. Voice.
Did we kill their lord? Did we get him? Oh no, he's still alive in there. He lives. He yet lives. Got this yet? Yeah, nearly. Capped. Alright. Do you actually get more victory tickets for capping more of these supply points, or they don't matter?
I'll smell ya. Rampage. Let's go, noblars. Guided by hunger. Call of the War shows the way. A trail of entry.
Yeah. Thanks, RTO. So yeah, so the answer to the question is no, you don't get any from these supply locations. You only get 5 from the main and 2 from the key building, for a total of 7 tickets. But yeah, I feel like if you own the key, if the defender owns the key building, you should be getting like -5 tickets or something.
When do we eat? We's ogre mates.
So stacked
I ain't no
stacked range defending that point pretty solidly.
Swarm together.
Cool. Alright, our work here is done. Good job, team. Game feels a lot better with this patch. Yeah, I feel like so far, I mean, I haven't had any real pain points. The stacking, the ability for missile units to stack and still do full damage, it's a bit like, yeah, there definitely seems to be some potential there for it to be pretty broken and a bit unfair and stuff, but it's not, I don't know, I don't think it hurts my enjoyment of the game or anything too badly. You can blob and fire at full effectiveness. Yeah, exactly. Anticity did a good video on the missiles being broken if you haven't seen it. What, like, haven't we already pretty much covered it? What else is there to know about it? Not sure if I want to occupy. Yeah, I guess we want to live and occupy. Oh, okay, dumb. No worries. Yeah, that's pretty much what we've been talking about the whole time.
An abundance of fresh meat.
But you know, thanks for mentioning it. No, sorry, no, Dom, you misunderstood. I wasn't saying don't mention it in the stream. I was saying, was there anything particular? So, just to give you a quick recap, or for anyone who's joining, basically, you can get any sort of missile units like Noblar Trappers, and normally you would spread them out so they don't get in each other's way, and then they all kind of shoot. And if two units kind of overlapped, they would obstruct each other, and they wouldn't be able to do full damage. Now, two units can just fully overlap and still be totally unobstructed and do full missile damage. So you can actually stack like 10, 20, as many missile units as you want, all in a massive blob, and they can all just shoot like unobstructed. And so, yeah, that has various advantages, like giving you the blob defense, like when you use Skelly blobs, spreading damage across your blob, unless it's AoE damage, of course, it would be really devastating. And it makes it easier to defend your units. Yeah, well, I guess it's just like anything. It basically makes it much easier to defend your missile units from melee, but it makes it makes them much more vulnerable to missile, AoE, magic, and artillery. But yeah, it'd be really powerful, especially for sieges. It's really good because basically you can stack heaps of missile units in a small area and have them absolutely drill something. So yeah, I think that's where it's going to be the thing that's going to be probably the most noticeable in campaigns is just in sieges. Before with artillery, it was really hard to use ranged, but now with sieges, like it's going to be a lot easier to use range because you can jam heaps of missiles into a small area and have them all fire down one lane.
Thank you, Godmouth. Thank you.
What do we want for this scouting, I guess? I really hope the AI does that, just AoE them. Yeah, well, the AI already does do that. Yeah. But before they probably didn't do much damage, but now they will do lots of damage.
Ogres slew a master. Ogres slew a master. Scrag, slaughter, sermon. I bring meat. Yours chosen.
Alright, cool. So we got replenishment there. We'll keep these two lords rocking so we can get more growth. And more... what are we going to do with this guy? Probably... Yeah, probably just growth was the main thing we wanted on him, really. Give him some magic, I guess.
A fine tool of butchery. Never. Ogre tyrant.
Okay, so now we can start working on our growth. Camp growth plus 10.
Consume.
Raiding gives plus 10 growth to local camps.
Time
So
for
we'll do
the
that.
more. This way.
Why is he stuck in horse march stance?
Consume. The Moor's red right hand.
There we go.
The more I go, oh more. It is yours, oh more.
Actually, yeah, we'll pop out another lord. Then we can have more growth.
Right hand.
Hey Sven. Yeah, well, yeah. If you think there's anything interesting about it, please, please share. Like a ton of people have mentioned Anticity's videos, but no one has said anything about anything that he said in the video that was interesting. So, if you got any ideas about how to use missile units in an interesting way or whatever, then by all means, let me know. It's just a bunch of iron hells in a blob with a stick line of spears as hedgehog around them. Basically the same thing that I have. But oh yeah, no worries. I don't really need the meat generation, but we might leave it up just for now because we're a bit busted at the moment. Is he going to take that next turn? Yeah, he's going to take that next turn. We can maybe even put another camp there and use the plus 20 growth in camp enemy territory. Might actually be worth even putting it back. Mesh Rexa Corn Army. Lazy anti-corn formation. Yeah. But I mean, you could basically just do the same thing with a normal army that was missile strong, you know? Missile heavy versus all infantry faction. I mean, it's just easier now, I guess. But yeah, I think like going against like Nurgle or something, you know, with a super high like ranged army. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if it's... I'm still trying to get my head around it, whether it's actually like that overpowered or not, because it's yeah. I guess the basic thing of it is just it makes it easier to defend, and it makes it easier to get a lot of short range things into range on the one target. So you get a lot of focus fire, basically. Like, whereas with really long range units, you know, like with like high elf archers that have 180 range, you can get a really wide formation to all shoot at the same thing anyway, you know. But with short range stuff like Free Company Militia, you know, you can't shoot all at the same target, whereas with this you can get them all to shoot at the same target.
Leader of the tribe.
Do you want the income? I suppose we do with the income. Also I want that, but I'll go for the income first. Don't know if we actually need this, but I kind of do want to get some iron guts maybe one day. Oh no, fuck it, we don't really want iron guts. You don't need to blob, just make sure the units touch each other. What does making them touch each other do? I thought that the point was that before, when units touched each other, they would get obstructed. Now they won't get obstructed. So there's no like advantage to having them touched. They just don't have the disadvantage that they used to have from touching. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. I'll have to watch it later on. Anticity's is a partner, so he gets early access to this stuff. So he probably has been able to experiment with it for a few days before. Before I only got access to it today, like an hour or two ago. So I haven't had a chance to really play around with it or anything. If a gun touches the melee unit in front of it, now they can shoot through the melee infantry unit. Oh, as in like on a flat plane, right? Yeah. Yeah, for guns. Yeah, makes sense. Direct line of fire. Cool. I think we're good now. I hope that we're not going to get rebels that are going to spawn here and then kill this out of range of my main army. That would be annoying. Just like wipe out all these guys.
Master of awful.
Don't need to worry about things like line of sight with guns anymore. So weird. Yeah, we still need to worry about line of sight for terrain, I guess, but just not for other infantry units. But why is he taking attrition? Oh no, that's their kills. Sorry. Yeah. Did they change the kill icon? I kind of feel like it looks different, weird.
None may direct my recipes.
Yeah, I get it, Mitchell. Thanks. Yeah. Total War Warhammer 3 still looks off to me. What the looks of it, the graphics and stuff. I don't have my reshade on this yet. We've got Ogre Rebels, Bolgfarg Face Puncher. I kind of wanted to try and kill him. Oh, maybe we could do an ambush trap on him. That might be the way to go.
Scrag, slaughter, sermon.
What's that growth on here? Core 40.
I am the tenderizer. I'm boss, and that's that.
Yeah, you're getting 10 extra 10 for each of these guys. It's in
Slaughter master. We must feed the more.
Yeah, basically got to get him up to Arcane Conduit. All the units are toxic green. Units? Oh, the outline. Yeah, you can disable the outline if you don't like it. Pretty much just want to kill them, but I might just fight this so we don't take too much damage and auto-resolve. Too thick of a blob called skeleton wobble, which interferes with shooting. Yeah. I think I was getting that effect when I had my Nobler stacked up too much. I think like the thing with the thing in general is like instead of putting your army like this so that, you know, they've got a little bit of a gap between each other and you can kind of rotate them easily and all that kind of stuff. You can just kind of have them like this and then just click them around where you want them to go, and if they all get mangled into each other, you just don't really care as much. So it's a lot easier to, yeah, it'd be a lot easier to manage, you know. It's kind of cool, I guess.
Take it all! By army, we are Cleaver. The butchery begins.
Yeah, like these units, how they're all kind of getting in each other's way a tiny little bit. Doesn't really matter because they're just gonna still be able to shoot fine.
Ogre butcher! The rites of slaughter. Me, slaughter. The more. Forever insatiable. Where's me mortar? Hungry.
Yeah, this blob should be able to still fire pretty effectively. Yes.
This way.
So these guys pretty wrecked.
Where's Ogre mates? The more calls. Behold, gastromancy. Hungry. Overwhelm them. The god mouth arises.
They're trying.
Scribe the slaughterer.
Get wrecked.
Scribe the slaughterer.
Yeah, I was trying to like intentionally be just super lazy with my control there and see if I could it would just kind of work fine. It kind of did, except for the gorge is going to be wrecked. Oh, they're just normal speed, aren't they? Gorges, they're not particularly fast. Yeah, that's right.
Scribe the slaughterer.
I wonder if I should 16. Oh yeah, we take long enough. Might have saved a little bit of wins. We might have got a heal out of it. Oh, I wonder about like, oh no, that would be a bit brutal. I was gonna say Lead Belcher's point blank would be kind of interesting as well. Or just anything point blank really. Like guns point blank really. Just having, or just have, if you have like just 2 units, a spearman unit and like like you have a unit of Kossars with spears and then a unit of Streltsy like immediately behind them. No, actually, sorry, yeah, like Zargard with shields and then Streltsy immediately behind them. That'd be kind of cool too. So you can have like a unit of, yeah, basically you just charge everything in at the same time if they've got the same movement speed. So you have like you have like good infantry at the front, missile units at the back. Just have them all kind of charge towards the enemy at the same time, and then the melee will hit first, and then the range will be behind them but kind of touching, and then you just stop the range so that they don't push through, and then just let them shoot like straight into the blob from like point blank range. That'd be kind of fun. Stack streets on your front line melee and happy days, it seems. Streltsy. Yeah, exactly. Streltsy and Sargard stacked. Be pretty fun. Don't really need the replenishment. Don't really need the meat either, I guess, but might take the meat. Might just leave him there, not because I want to farm the positive relations, but we may as well farm the positive relations, I guess. But we can maybe get Scrag to here. Should be 70%, yeah, 70%. 70% ambush. And these guys can all go here. And then hopefully these guys will come in thinking that there's no one defending and we can get a good ambush. We're just watching Sturen's stream from earlier. It's best to have them straight behind and they fire through. Occasionally obstruction, but wow, it could be good. Yeah, I think that would be good, just straight behind. I'm not really, I don't know, I'm not really convinced about the long straggly lines where you have a thin line of infantry like in a column like that. Like, it used to be kind of, I used to do it sometimes because that allows your range to shoot down the sides, you know, but if it depends, I guess it depends what the infantry are. Like if the infantry are just paper thin and they're going to just die anyway, then maybe it's okay because it'll take longer for the units to move forward, like as they're killing you. But if they're like actually competent melee unit, like I feel like they're just going to get chewed up and die super fast if you put them in that formation, because the enemy will surround them and have like 3-on-1, 2-on-1, 3-on-1 attacks on them, and they'll die. They'll get chewed up really fast. Whereas if you just have a solid block of Zargar with shields, just like they normally would be, and then they just fight normally, they're going to be winning in combat anyway. And then immediately behind that, you have a whole unit of Streltsy just shooting bullets through them into their melee opponents. So their melee opponents are getting staggered by the bullets, dying from the bullets, and getting meleeed at the same time by the Zargard. And so the staggering is probably stopping the enemy from counterattacking onto the Zargard. You know, I don't know. It'd be interesting to play around with that. Alright, I think this is all pretty good. New growth, yeah, I'll put growth. Yeah, that. camp. We want this one so we can get more butchers, and we want this one so we can get more hunters. I still haven't used any offerings to the Great Moor.
I can serve you better, Great Moor. It will harvest many ingredients.
Oh yeah, so over here, let's give... more regions to these guys. You carry Ziflin.
Lovely, lovely warpstone.
2,300. Beautiful. And we'll give them Karakazgaras. No, they're out of money now. So we'll just wait till they get some more money. I think it would get tweaked slightly, but I think Empire trained regiments, and it does make sense in my opinions. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like they could keep it in some form, like the ability to shoot through melee units, and it would be okay. Like it sort of makes sense in a way because yeah, like I think in historically, you know, you could have like you could have like a line of pikemen and have like a line of gun guys behind them, and the pike guys like squat down or something, and the gun guys shoot over their heads and or something like that, you know. But I mean, they wouldn't literally be able to shoot straight through their backs into melee, but I guess you could say it's like representational or something. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to decide. I can't really decide whether I like it or not, you know? Like when I think about the idea of my guns being able to shoot through my Zygarde and just destroy the enemy, like it's kind of exciting. But then at the same time, it's sort of whack, like, and it shouldn't be, it's not how it should be, you would think, you know? It should definitely reduce the amount of fire or reduce reload speed to account for aiming through me. Well, they should just be obstructed. Like that's what should be happening. Like they should just be obstructed, you know? That's why they had the mechanic, like they had to put in the mechanic, you know, of them getting obstructed in the first place. Like it wasn't naturally there. Like they created the idea of obstruction to stop this stuff from happening. Why don't we get some Skaven in our army? Skaven and Ogres. Pretty good. I feel like the settlement's worth more than 786 gold. Screw it.
Yes, yes.
Oh, we can't sell them Gristle Valley? Oh, because it's my capital. Okay. That's alright. I could always abandon it, and that way it'd turn into a yeah, I could abandon it, and then it would turn into like a fuck. These guys didn't come for us. All right, what about if we send the Fire Belly? Failure. Right.
It helps hunger.
Right, so we'll go here. We'll go ambush stance. We'll put a couple of guys in raiding stance so they're still near the camp. And then we'll put this guy in, should I put him in force march? Yeah, put him in force march there. Then hopefully Kalfrans will take the bait.
The boss.
And we'll be good. Alright, we're getting pretty broke.
Bring me something's leg.
Alright. Come on, Karl Franz, take the bait. Somebody in force march, he's right. Oh! Why did they do that? That's weird. There's an enemy right there in force march. Growth plus 20 all provinces, yeah, that's pretty good. Ambush foiled. I wonder how he saw me. I wonder if he saw me from there or what.
Does not have my consent. Strike, slaughter, surrender. The great Moor's command. The magic of me. Not likely. Absolutely not.
He's not going to be able to get this camp from there, is he? I don't think so.
Eternal fire.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. I wonder why they did it. I'm really, wondering what they're thinking about it. Because, I mean, did you test the lead belches on top of each other? Hey, IRL, no, I haven't got up to lead belches yet. Maybe it's, tomorrow we should be able to get some lead belches. But yeah, lead belches I think will not be as good for it because you can't shoot into melee because the cannon shots do explosive damage. So if they're shooting like point blank into our own melee, the cannon shots would do damage from the explosions. Hey, Arthur Gretsch. What's in this one? I've pinned a link to this patch notes if you want to check it out, or if you want to restart the stream later on. And we talked about the patch notes for about an hour and a half at the start. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Definitely want to get some stacking ogre lead belches on top of each other action with some just raw obliterative power. Yeah.
We shall shower in treasures.
So we can get some more magic items.
We consume them. We win.
May as well sack it, I guess. Yeah.
They're strongest.
We can put in another camp here and get extra 20 growth from being in enemy territory. Good. I tune into Mercy for the ASMR voice and the hot ogre on ogre action. Hot ogre on ogre action. Ugh. Sounds a bit gross.
Onward to the ball.
We can try it. We'll try and loot it. We'll try again.
I am the tenderizer. Meat ritual. Devour everything. Never. Master Butcher, the Slaughter Master, abides.
Try again to lure him with the force march.
Slaughter Master. Master of awful. I bring meat. Butcher in chief. They might serve better as ingredients. I'm boss, and that's
Yeah, we really need to kill this army. We can. I hope he comes after Scrag this time. Ah! didn't get the ambush. Interesting. It's alright. At least we get some money out of this. Yeah, the main advantage, yeah, I'm just sort of wondering why they did it, because like I said, they intentionally put in obstruction to stop this kind of thing from happening, you know, because, you know, and I think that's a cool thing, like the idea of obstruction adds a level of complexity to the game where you have to try to not obstruct your units, you know, and you have to figure out optimal positioning and stuff like that, you know. But so, you know, so why would they build a mechanic to do that and then remove the mechanic again? You know, I'm sort of thinking like maybe it's to fix the sieges. Like that's the only thing I can think of, is that they did it because like when you get into sieges, like your units all kind of get in the way of each other and stuff. You know, or they can, you know, it's very hard to keep a full 20 stack like spread out nicely so that all your units are doing their most damage and everything. So yeah, I guess like full missile stacks will be able to like go into sieges and be a lot more effective now. But I mean, I still think defending, like missile stacks defending sieges will be even more crazy, because if you can, like if their units have to walk down a corridor and your units are stacked up ready to shoot down that corridor with like 10 units all in range, all with line of sight to shoot down that corridor, like especially with bullets, it's just gonna be so devastating, you know, for defensive sieges. Unless the attacker's got artillery, of course. Like, you know, obviously artillery is the hard counter to this. That's why it's, you know, yeah, it's really good against like Nogel, I mean against Khorne, because they don't have any, you know, they don't have any AoE or any artillery. But yeah, I wonder if the skull cannons do have a bit of AoE, don't they? I wonder if skull cannons would be good for wrecking ranged blobs. If they outrange them, I guess it'd be pretty good.
The cleaver wielder.
Maybe it's something to do with Cathay needing ranged and melee to be close together to work properly, and that causes line of sight issues, or it could in the past. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah. Maybe they did it specifically for Cathay so that their units can stack on top of each other.
I seek ingredients.
Maybe it's just a fun thing, like a rule of cool kind of rule of fun. You know, maybe in testing they like just did it, they made it so that, you know, units that are in harmony can like avoid, like if they have a harmony buff on them, then they're able to shoot through. Like basically originally they made this same thing but for units that have harmony on them, and so then basically it was like you could do this with Cathay but you couldn't do it with any other faction. And then they did some testing, and then everyone was like, yeah, it's super fun being able to do that with Cathay. And now that I can do it with Cathay, it really sucks not being able to do it with every other faction. And so then they're like, oh, maybe we should just let every faction do it. And it would just be fun for everyone. You know, I don't know, maybe. Obviously the result was not what they were planning. Yeah, I guess so. I'm just trying to imagine them testing it and it presumably working as intended in the conditions that they were testing it under. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, like what were they trying to do originally that presumably when they tested it, it worked for that, but now it doesn't work when you you know. I'm playing Cathay now, so Iron Hail seem a more viable unit for me. Nice. What are Iron Hails? They're the like hand cannon type things, yeah? Like they're like the Cathay lead belchers, basically. I haven't played much Cathay.
When do we eat? Here we go.
So
I'll smell.
have they got much range? No, they got a bit of range, but yeah. So if I had this unit, if I get all my Noblars like this,
Find 'em and kill 'em.
and then I get like these Noblars and put them like that, so they're touching all of them. I don't know, we can even chuck some ogres in there as well.
Find a meal.
I don't know if we're going to get our heroes in there too. Maybe we can use them
Fire belly
separately.
moving.
Shotgunish units, only 90 range, so they benefit massively from being able to fire through. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it's better for, like, short range stuff because, you know, yeah, because they're normally vulnerable because they have to get in close. They really need, you know, melee to tie stuff up for them, and all that.
Supreme butchery. Forever insatiable. Perform the neat rite.
Oh, there we go.
Flaming footsteps. Off I go. Butcher. Behold gastromancy. Servant of the law. The dogma. Arises. Helps the tribe. Serve the ogres. Jolfin. They're dead.
Just shooting our own guys here a little bit probably, but that's alright.
When do we eat? Rampage. We's ogre mates. When do we eat? Hungry. On it. We's ogre mates. Swarm together. This way. Sure thing. I feel the hunger. My cleaver is sharp.
Well, this should get some.
Law's right hand. Take it all. I ain't no gobbo.
Entirely possible this change isn't supposed to do anything because it's not supposed to be happening at all, i.e. a bug. No, I'm pretty sure it's in the patch notes. Yeah, it's in the patch notes, so it is intended to do something. That's a good idea, actually. I'm going to read the patch notes, and that might give us more of an idea of what it's intended to actually do.
When do we eat? Looking for 'em. This way, for the ogres. Leader of butchers.
Chuck a bit of a heal down.
Ogres attack! The hunger noise. My cleaver is sharp.
Let's get a decent heal out of that. Yeah, it's a deliberate change. For shizzle. I'll let our guys chase them down a bit while we check these patch notes again. Whereabouts was it again? Oh. No, it's not obstruct. Ranged. To prevent instances where ranged units hold their fire because a friendly unit is in their line of fire, overlapping units are now considered by the game as part of the same unit. This should ensure that ranged units can more consistently carry out firing orders. Yeah. I think that if they changed it, well, I don't know. Do you reckon if they changed it so that ranged units could fire through other ranged units only, but not? Nah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a bad change, basically. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just made an error about it. Kind of hopefully they fix it. It kind of takes the formation part of the game and makes it worthless. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't really get it. Like, it's like they intentionally they actually put this like mechanic in intentionally to make it so that your units would get obstructed, and now they've just like yeah, weirdly made it like the opposite. Your own units are like trees for the purposes of blocking. No, it's not like that at Rob Abramson. That's the problem. Like, I mean, yeah, your units kind of are like trees for the purposes of blocking. Well, like enemy units are like trees for the purposes of blocking, I guess. Like if you're aiming at one enemy unit and there's another enemy unit in the way, the first enemy unit will just like block your dudes from being able to shoot or whatever. But like what this is talking about is like if two of your units are like, if another unit is like mixed in, sort of touching your unit, then it will like the units, the ranged unit will just stop firing because they don't want to accidentally hit their own dudes. So it's not about your dudes like blocking their arrows. It's about their guys just not shooting, like putting down their guns and not shooting because they're like, oh no, we're going to hit our own guys, we won't shoot. So yeah, so they've changed that behavior so they do shoot, and also they get the sort of immunity to friendly fire that. Because I assume, like, I didn't really think about it before, but I assume from this that basically your units are immune to friendly fire from their own unit. Like, you can't shoot yourself. Like, if you have, you know, like if you have an artillery unit, like the back unit of artillery can't accidentally shoot the front unit of artillery, which, you know, would be a problem otherwise if you're using cannons and firing down hills and stuff. So yeah, so basically they've made it so that, you know, their behavior is that they will still shoot even if there's a friendly unit like touching them and blocking them, and also that unit will be invulnerable to their fire and they can shoot straight through them. So it's like two things, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, it seems a bit whack. But yeah, good on Anticity. Anticity's really good at finding that kind of stuff and explaining it so that it can get fixed. Like trees means that CA fixed the trees in Warhammer 2, so the first half second of missile travel, trees were given a no clip status, so that units hiding the edge of the forest did not. Yeah, it's kind of like the tree thing, I guess, but it's a lot more like just them being in the same unit, which is what it is. I wonder if there is actually like a time. I wonder if it is actually exactly like the tree thing where there's a time limit on it. I assume they would just make it that you just can't shoot your own unit. You shoot entities in your own unit at all. You can do it with manual fire with the artillery though. Like if you manually fire an artillery piece, you can manually fire it and shoot your own artillery pieces with it. I've done that before. Oh, unless they fixed it. That was ages ago actually. They might have fixed it, I guess. The solution certainly seems worse than the problem. Yeah. But I mean, for single player, it's just another thing that you can exploit that's kind of fun until they change it. You know, like Streltsy will never be as good as they are right now ever again. So this is like, if you want to do a Streltsy campaign, this is the time to do it. like all Streltsy, all gunpowder. Be sweet. Might do that next, actually. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay, right. He's back this time with all of his mates. Yeah. Gotta go work in like 8 minutes. I have to leave it here. I'm probably about to lose this battle and get utterly ruined. Oh well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Yeah, the solution does seem to us the problem, but I don't know, like, this is like another thing I was telling people, like, some people are like, oh, you know, Warhammer 3 is broken, I'm just going to not play it for like 3 years until they fix everything and it's perfect. And it's like, yeah, you could do that. And if you wait 3 years and come back, it will be perfect. I mean, maybe not perfect, maybe perfect, but it will be amazing and it'll be really polished compared to what it is now. And there'll be heaps more content, more DLC, and everything will be amazing. But you won't get to, like, you know, you won't, when people say, oh, do you remember when you could shoot through any unit that, you know, touched your units without, and it would treat them as the same unit and it was super overpowered. And it was like, yeah, man, that was cool. You could like make crazy Streltsy armies and shit. You know, like, do you know what I mean? Like like these bugs and stuff, like they're not how you want the game to be in the end, but they're kind of cool to experience and be able to play around with at the time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like at least that's, I don't know, maybe I'm being overly positive about it, but you know, I kind of like living through all the changes and seeing the different things that they try and stuff like that, you know, and then at the end, when you have the end result, you don't just get the end result, but you also get all that context of like what, you know, all the other things that they tried and how it was improved on those things and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I'm just having a quick look to see if anyone's streaming the Total War. Teapot Tom and Total War. Okay, it's his deal.
Well, at your command.
Wait, whoops.
Moving out.
I'm not sure. Says he's playing Total War Warhammer 1. Seems weird.
Get damn biggins. Okay, they're gonna try to.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, you could check out that if you like. Elven Plot Armor. Don't think I've hosted Elven Plot Armor for a while. Warhammer 1 is the new meta, maybe. I will check it. We'll check a host over to Elven Plot Armor. He's playing War on Everyone. I assume that means he's playing This Is Total War rules. I'm not 100% sure. You have to maybe ask him what his plans are, what he's up to. But yeah, I'm just going to set up a redirect to him. So if you want to hang around for a minute, a little pop-up will come up to direct you to Elven Plot Armor's stream. I just uninstalled Warhammer 1 when I finally learned it. You don't need it for Mortal Empires and Immortal Empires. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's you don't need it. That's true. Nice. So that frees up a bit of space on your hard drive. Anyway, yeah, thanks so much, guys, for coming along and checking out these new patch notes. These new patch notes are actually really interesting. I'm actually looking forward to playing a couple of Warhammer 3 campaigns and just getting a bit more of a feel for what's changed and what the campaign's like now. So yeah, come back tomorrow if you want to see me probably lose this battle against Karl Franz. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting some Streltsy, some Kislev Streltsy armies going and seeing how that is pretty soon as well. All right, yeah, I'll end the stream here, guys. Thanks a lot for joining me, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Go and check out Elven Plot Armor.